Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tadi kan duduk coba dari. Cek, cek. Assalamualaikum. Cek, assalamualaikum.
Universitas Syiah Kuala, Indonesia, is a public university located in Banda Aceh, the capital of Aceh Province. Located at the westernmost point of Sumatra Island, the province is rich with tradition, cultures, language, and natural resources. The university is also known as the heart of Acehnese, Jantung Hati Rakyat Aceh. It is the oldest university in Aceh, officially established on September 2, 1961. Universitas Syiah Kuala was named after an Islamic scholar of Aceh, Abdul Rauf bin Ali Al-Jawi Asingkili, who is also known as Tengku Syiah Kuala. He established an Islamic education center at River Mount in Banda Aceh, which later became education institution. During this time, he gave great contribution to the education value and Islamic law and regulation in Aceh. In addition to main campus in Darussalam, Banda Aceh City, Universitas Syiah Kuala has also established a second campus in the district of Gayoluas. The campus is called Program Studi di Luar Kampus Utama, PSDKU. Universitas Syiah Kuala has 12 faculties and a postgraduate school. Faculty of Economic and Business, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Faculty of Nursing, and Faculty of Dentistry. All these 12 faculties together offer 135 study programs of different levels: diploma programs, undergraduate programs, profession programs, specialist programs, master programs, and doctoral programs. With various facilities and programs being over, Universitas Syiah Kuala now hosts more than 32,000 students from various regions in Indonesia and overseas. The university have received numerous awards from its achievement at both the international and the international levels. For example, with Malim Diwa electric car, Universitas Syiah Kuala recently won as the second fastest team to complete technical inspection in the electric class at a prestigious competition in Asia, the Shell Eco Marathon Asia competition. In the research area, the university has also developed a good reputation at the national and the international levels through its excellent research and research centers. Such as Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center and Atsiri Research Center. Universitas Syiah Kuala also published numerous scientific journals. Some of them have been indexed by SINTA, Indonesian Citation Index, as Quality 1 and 2 journals. One of the university journal, Study in English Language and Education Journal, SEALI, has recently been indexed by Scopus. one of the most reputable journal indexing and citation database in scientific world. Universitas Syiah Kuala have actively participated in several collaborative programs with several countries in Asia and Europe. These include Erasmus Mobility and Capacity Building Program, IMTGT University Network Programs, and Erasmus Plus Program. Universitas Syiah Kuala also have numerous national and international collaborations with universities and companies across the globe. Through this collaboration, the university has successfully organized various academic and non-academic events which have improved the university's national and international reputation. The joint research and publication programs, exchange program, internship programs, disaster and cultural summer camps, and humanitarian program are among many others. Universitas Syiah Kuala does not only focus on improving the quality of academic activities within the campus, but also proudly offers service to the communities. The tasks are assigned to 3 units at the university: the Office of International Affairs, Career Development Center, and Entrepreneurship Center. These units help students, staff, and alumni to expand their experience in academic, business, and beyond. Therefore, Universitas Syiah Kuala has always appreciated and placed at the top priorities all partnership and collaboration, and has managed to make the university what it is today. The university continuously strives to improve the quality of its academic activities, research development, humanitarian work, and the quality and quantity of scientific publications to achieve its vision to become the leading university in Asia and to become the world-class institution.
Universitas Syiah Kuala, universitas yang inovatif, mandiri dan terkemuka, menuju Innovation Socio-Technopreneur University.
Provinsi paling barat Indonesia yang bernama Aceh menyimpan catatan sejarah yang panjang dan melegenda. Wilayah yang pada masanya dulu pernah menjadi kesultanan besar yang disegani dunia ini juga tanah yang dikenal dengan kekayaan alamnya. Selain keindahan pesona wisata yang memukau, Aceh juga dikenal sebagai wilayah pertanian dengan hasil yang melimpah ruah. Sejarah mencatat jauh di masa lalu, wilayah ini sudah menjalin kerjasama perdagangan lada dengan dunia internasional. Semangat kejayaan pertanian itu pula yang menjadikan kota Banda Aceh sebagai lokasi berdirinya Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala. Tempat ini menjadi saksi dari dedikasi, impian dan kerja keras yang membingkai harapan untuk mengembangkan dunia keilmuan pertanian di Aceh dan Indonesia. Fakultas Pertanian merupakan fakultas ke-6 di Universitas Syiah Kuala yang lahir pada tanggal 18 Agustus 1964. Dan saat ini, Fakultas Pertanian telah berkembang demikian jauh sehingga telah memiliki 8 program studi sarjana, yaitu agroteknologi, agribisnis, peternakan, teknik pertanian, teknologi hasil pertanian, dan program studi ilmu tanah, termasuk 2 program studi teranyar, yaitu proteksi tanaman serta kehutanan. Selain itu terdapat juga 2 program diploma, yaitu program D3 Manajemen Agribisnis dan program D3 Budidaya Peternakan, serta 4 program pasca sarjana, yaitu konservasi sumber daya lahan, agroteknologi, agribisnis, dan teknologi industri pertanian yang semuanya pengelolaan dilakukan oleh program pasca sarjana Universitas Syiah Kuala.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala menjadi pusat pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat yang unggul dan terkemuka dalam bidang pertanian berbasis sumber daya dan kearifan lokal di Indonesia pada tahun 2020.
Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala mengembangkan sistem perkuliahan yang berbasis pada kompetensi pertanian secara terpadu yang relevan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat Indonesia dan global. Pengembangan ini didukung sepenuhnya oleh seluruh sivitas akademika fakultas ini. Salah satu dukungan tersebut tercermin dari aktifnya para dosen dan mahasiswa dalam mengembangkan riset-riset unggulan pertanian yang berpola keilmuan dan teknologi, berorientasi produk, dan berbasis pengabdian dengan tetap berupaya untuk mengembangkan potensi lokal. Sebagai hasil dari sistem tersebut, beberapa inovasi dan produk dengan pencapaian istimewa bahkan telah berhasil diwujudkan oleh para mahasiswa jauh sebelum mereka menamatkan jenjang pendidikan sarjana mereka.
Pada saat ini kami telah mengembangkan suatu produk primadona bumbu masakan khas Aceh yang dapat memberikan rasa kesegaran, rasa asam segar pada masakan dan juga dapat menghilangkan bau amis pada masakan ikan. Pada saat ini, produk ini telah kami pastakan sehingga penggunaannya praktis bagi ibu-ibu rumah tangga yang memiliki nilai kesibukan dalam kehidupan sehari-harinya. Produk ini juga memiliki nilai kehigienisan sehingga dapat disimpan dalam jangka waktu yang lama.
Untuk mendukung sistem perkuliahan yang aktif dan berbasis teknologi, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala juga menyediakan berbagai fasilitas seperti laboratorium, bengkel teknik, kebun percobaan, serta berbagai sarana lainnya.
Untuk mendukung menjadi pusat penelitian yang terkemuka juga, saat ini Fakultas Pertanian telah mengembangkan beberapa sarana dan prasarana yang memang secara fundamental sangat diperlukan. Saat ini kita telah mengembangkan satu rumah kaca, satu rumah kasa, dan kebun-kebun percobaan. Kemudian didukung juga oleh laboratorium dan tenaga laboran yang tentunya memiliki kualifikasi yang bisa kita andalkan.
Tidak hanya berhenti sampai di situ, Fakultas Pertanian juga mengadakan case study dan study project dengan pendekatan multidisiplin, serta mengembangkan fokus research area untuk memberikan sudut pandang dan pengembangan wawasan sesuai dengan perkembangan dunia.
berkonsentrasi di bidang penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat untuk mengeksplorasi agen-agen pengendalian hayati yang dapat digunakan untuk menjawab permasalahan-permasalahan tersebut. Salah satu produk yang kami hasilkan adalah pelet yang berbahan aktif trichoderma yang dapat digunakan untuk menggantikan penggunaan pestisida kimia, di mana kita ketahui pestisida kimia saat ini dapat mengganggu atau merusak kelestarian lingkungan.
Keinginan untuk berkontribusi serta meningkatkan kualitas pertanian dalam kehidupan masyarakat terus berkembang dan terus menghasilkan berbagai terobosan. Berbagai program kerjasama penelitian dan pengabdian tetap menjadi fokus utama untuk memberikan peningkatan kualitas kehidupan pertanian masyarakat.
Pada dasarnya seperti kita ketahui, ketersediaan pupuk buatan itu sangat sulit dan mahal sekarang kondisinya. Kemudian dengan adanya pupuk hayati ramah lingkungan mikoriza ini berarti memberikan solusi kepada petani kita untuk menggunakan pupuk hayati yang ramah lingkungan, dan ini terus terang juga akan memberikan dukungan kepada masyarakat tani, khususnya petani, agar berbudidaya secara organik. Nah, salah satunya itu dengan penggunaan pupuk hayati mikoriza.
Dalam penyelenggaraan proses akademik, sejak tahun 2016, Fakultas Pertanian sudah mulai mengimplementasikan kurikulum berbasis kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia yang diharapkan mampu mendukung pencapaian visi dan misi Fakultas Pertanian, terutama dalam hal memaknai kearifan lokal, yaitu dengan mewajibkan mahasiswa mengambil mata kuliah sumber daya pertanian lokal dan mata kuliah agro-technopreneurship yang lebih menekankan untuk mempelajari dan mengeksplor komoditi-komoditi lokal seperti kopi gayo, minyak nilam, padi lokal Aceh, kemudian kerbau gayo, sapi Aceh, dan komoditi lainnya. Sehingga diharapkan pada saat mahasiswa lulus, mereka menjadi lebih mandiri dan mampu mengembangkan komoditi-komoditi lokal Aceh sebagai sebuah usaha.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala sejak tahun 2005 telah berhasil mengoleksi lebih dari 200 jenis aksesi plasma nutfah padi lokal, termasuk 50 jenis padi beras merah yang merupakan kekayaan sumber daya genetik lokal yang sangat bermanfaat untuk masa depan. Pemberdayaan dan penelitian varietas lokal juga memberikan hasil yang memuaskan. Salah satunya adalah padi unsyah 1 Sambarasi, diciptakan dari varietas lokal Sambai dari Pulau Simelu dengan sentuhan teknologi mutakhir.
Padi itu kita tanam, kemudian kita hentikan penyiramannya, kita hentikan pengairannya. Itu lebih dari 1 bulan, bahkan sampai 39 hari, itu tanahnya sudah kering, sudah rotak, bahkan kalau kita ambil itu sudah menjadi debu. Tapi kalau kita lihat bahwa tanaman padinya itu masih bisa tumbuh dengan baik, masih hijau, dan bulir-bulirnya masih berisi, masih berproduksi tinggi. Jadi memang kita mensimulasi perubahan iklim global ke depan itu di dalam rumah kaca supaya nanti kita bisa melepas varietas baru itu yang tahan terhadap cekaman lingkungan seperti kekeringan, suhu tinggi, serangan hama penyakit dan sebagainya.
Berbagai pencapaian akademis dan ilmiah tidak menjauhkan mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala dari berbagai prestasi lainnya. Terbukti dikenalnya nama mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala dalam berbagai program pertukaran mahasiswa ke sejumlah negara di dunia. Salah satunya adalah negara Jepang.
Jepang memberikan kami pelajaran
bagaimana mereka bangkit dari keterpurukan setelah musibah yang menimpa mereka dengan menggunakan teknologi serta melakukan inovasi dan peningkatan kualitas SDM yang terus-menerus dilakukan. Mereka dapat memajukan pertanian mereka seperti sedia kala, bahkan mereka bisa jauh lebih maju dibandingkan pertanian yang ada di negara manapun.
Dan untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala bukan hanya bekerja sama dengan berbagai institusi lokal dan nasional, namun juga menjalin hubungan baik dengan berbagai lembaga internasional. Meskipun secara kasat mata, prestasi dan prestise Fakultas Pertanian sudah cukup mendunia, namun sivitas akademika fakultas ini masih meyakini bahwa pekerjaan masih jauh dari selesai. Oleh karena itu, seluruh energi dan sinergi yang dimiliki difokuskan oleh fakultas ini untuk mengoptimalkan segenap potensi diri demi mencapai visi dan misi.
Perguruan tinggi sebagai lokomotif pembangunan berbasis ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, inovasi, dan karakter bangsa. Dan pertanian sebagai salah satu sektor yang memegang peranan sangat penting dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi, terutama di bidang pertanian, guna menjaga ketahanan pangan. Revolusi industri 4.0 telah mengubah sistem pertanian yang efektif dan efisien berbasis smart farming seperti Internet of Things, Big Data, dengan harapan produktivitas pertanian meningkat dalam mewujudkan kedaulatan pangan. Maju pertanianku, makmur rakyatku.
Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home, that makes you curious for more adventure. To start your journey, travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you have never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
I want to tell you the best journey of my life.
Now I'm in Rangit Kecil, this beautiful, amazing island. Just look around me. Amazing, beautiful. I'm so happy to come here. And beside me, I have this amazing lighthouse. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
This is the first woman I loved.
I love this place. So many palm trees.
She's the one who introduced me to this place, to let me find an answer. I think this is the time to let the adventure begin.
Hey, beruntung Anda?
Excuse me, you know where is this place?
You can come with us, tapi kamu harus lanjut lagi pakai kapal.
Can I join you?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I met good people along the way. Their kindness really moved me.
Bang Manap, ini ada kebetulan ini mau ke pulau. Tolong diantar lah.
Hello, hi, nice to meet you. Matt. Come on, buddy. Goodbye. See you.
Along the journey, I can see why my mom was so in love with this place. My whole sense awakened by this incredible nature. And the people who are sincere can be seen and felt.
Ikan. Good.
I learned that behind every graceful movement of this dance has a special meaning. I've had the best shower of my life. Explored the most tranquil forest that make me hear my own heartbeat. Every single thing of this place make my heart tied up with love. Just like what it did to her.
What will you do when I leave?
I'm gonna miss you. This is for you. Dipakai ya, jangan hilang.
I love it. Terima kasih. She's like the sister I never had.
I understand the meaning of her words now. A journey is about connection, interaction, mutual respect. It's about each other. Not only about receiving, but also about giving. Now I need to find the connection. The woman that she always talk about.
Ini kamu dapat dari mana?
Oh, di sini. This one was given by my mother.
Kamu sudah tepat datang kemari. Tujuan kamu ada beberapa kilo lagi dari sini. Kamu bisa jalan agak berapa kilo lagi ke pesisir. Kamu akan jumpa dengan orang yang ngasih kalung ke mama kamu.
Excuse me, you know where is this place?
Lurus, belok kanan, situlah tempatnya.
Oh, okay, thank you.
This is the journey between me and my mom. To find another home.
Selamat sore, Ibu.
Siapa itu?
Do you remember this?
Oh, iya. Seren ya?
Yeah, I'm her son.
Yuk, ke rumah.
Yeah, it's been so long. I've been traveling all around you.
Under the starlight, we'll find our way, I know.
This is what Aceh has given me. A beautiful place with clear blue water and a diamond bright sands. Where kindness and comfort always here for me. A place that I call home.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to welcome you to the second International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry, Icagri 2020, with the theme New Shape of Sustainable Agriculture and Biosystem for Food Security After Global COVID-19 Pandemic at the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Syiah Kuala, Aceh, Indonesia.
We are pleased to invite both local and international academia, researchers, policymakers, professionals, and other stakeholders to join us at the second International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry, Icagri 2020. This conference is hosted by Agriculture Faculty, Universitas Syiah Kuala.
It is an honor for us to introduce and welcome the guests at this conference. The Rector of Universitas Syiah Kuala, Professor Dr. Insinyur Samsul Rizal, M.Eng. IPU.
The Dean of Agriculture Faculty, Universitas Syiah Kuala, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Samadi, MSc.
Chairwoman of Icagri 2020, Professor Dr. Insinyur Rina Sriwati, MSc.
And also, we welcome all the keynote speakers, the presenters, and participants of Icagri 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our main agenda today, let us listen to the recitation of Holy Al-Qur'an, Surah Al-An'am 161, that will be recited by Mr. Munjirin. To Mr. Munjirin, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. وهو الذي أنشأ جنات معروشات وغير معروشات والنخل والزرع مختلفا أكله والزيتون والرمان والزيتون والرمان متشابها وغير متشابه كلوا من ثمره إذا أثمر وآتوا حقه يوم حصاده ولا تسرفوا إنه لا يحب المسرفين إنه لا يحب المسرفين صدق الله العظيم.
Sadaqallahul Azim. Step on the following agenda is the recitation of Shalawat Badar. All participants are demanded to stand up.
Salatullah salamullah ala taha rasulillah. Salatullah salamullah ala yasin habibillah. Tawassalna bismillah wa bil hadi rasulillah wa kulli mujahidin lillah bi ahlil badri ya Allah. Salatullah salamullah ala taha rasulillah. Salatullah salamullah ala yasin habibillah.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, for the blessing of our agenda today, let us pray together that also will be led by Mr. Munjirin.
نعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم اغفر للمسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم إنا نسألك علما نافعا ورزقا طيبا وعملا متقبلا ربنا إننا سمعنا مناديا ينادي للإيمان أن آمنوا بربكم فآمنا ربنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوفنا مع الأبرار ربنا وآتنا ما وعدتنا على رسلك ولا تخزنا يوم القيامة إنك لا تخلف الميعاد ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. All participants are demanded to stand up.
Thank you. Please be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcoming remarks delivered by the chairwoman of Icagri 2020, Professor Dr. Insinyur Rina Sriwati, MSI. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Praise to Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, which allow us together in this important activity. Honorable Rector Universitas Syiah Kuala, Honorable Dean of Agriculture Faculty, Universitas Syiah Kuala, Honorable all invited speaker and all invited guests, honorable all sponsors, distinguished paper presenter, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all participants of the second International Conference of Agriculture and Bioindustry, or second Icagri. Thank you for coming and join us today. I also would like to appreciate the entire committee of second Icagri who had hard to prepare this virtual conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, reflecting to the success of the first Icagri in 2019, which was held at a representative venue in Banda Aceh. This year, the second Icagri is not able to be done on the same way due to COVID-19 pandemic all over the world. Despite the situation, please enjoy this virtual meeting and please feel like we are gathering together on the same place. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of Icagri conference is New Shape of Sustainable Agriculture and Biosystem for Food Security after Global COVID-19 Pandemic. We choose these terms because a recent global pandemic has brought significant socio-economic disruption all over the world, particularly in agriculture industry, biosystem, and food security. In response to the situation, we build network and help mitigate and minimize problems in agriculture industry and food system during and the post-crisis. To solve this problem, we are proud to invite very experienced speakers from broad country. Professor Goodin from University of Kentucky, USA, Professor Dr. Arif Satria, SPMSI from IPB University, Indonesia, Prof. Papadakis from Agriculture University of Athens, and also the leader of SFAM project, Erasmus program of AU from Greece. Dr. Stephen J. Compton from University of Leeds, United Kingdom, and our international invited speaker, Associate Professor Hasegawa Koichi from Chubu University. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate it for all local international academia, researcher, policymaker, professional, and other stakeholders who join us on this second International Conference of Agriculture and Bioindustry. And we proud which have been collected 116 papers from around the world, such as USA, UK, Greece, Japan, Germany, China, Philippines, Malaysia, Vietnam, and also Indonesia, and would like to publish on IOP Scopus Index proceeding on early in 2020 next year. Finally, I humble request to the Dean and Rector to deliver his speech and open this conference. So, enjoy your time in this conference. We hope you will find your time with us exciting. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen upon the welcoming speech delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture of Universitas Syiah Kuala. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Insinyur Samadi, MSc.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, by the grace of the God, we have been offered the opportunity to gather here this morning to give thanks to the Almighty of the God for His abundant mercies and grace. On behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, it gives me a great pleasure to extend to you all a warm welcome in the second International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry 2020, held by the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Syiah Kuala. I honorably welcome to our keynote speakers, Professor George Papadakis from Natural Resources and Agriculture Engineering, Professor Michael Goodin from Plant Pathology, University of Kentucky, United States, Dr. Stephen G. Compton from Plant Insect Interaction, University of Leeds, United Kingdom, Professor Dr. Arif Satria, SPMSE from Human Ecology, Rector IPB University, Indonesia, all invited speakers and all participants joining for our second international conference. We also would like to thank you very much for Director of Universitas Syiah Kuala, Professor Dr. Insinyur Samsul MN, to facilitate for this international conference for agriculture faculty. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, last year the Faculty of Agriculture has successfully conducted the first international conference on agriculture and bioindustry. However, this year was different from last year's conference, in which, due to pandemic COVID-19, the second Icagri organizing committee is committed to taking into account the current development of the spread of the virus, as your safety is our top priority. Therefore, we conduct a virtual or online conference and presentation for this year. The purpose of this conference is to answer the recent global pandemic that brought significant socio-economic disruption of all countries, particularly in agriculture industry, biosystem, and food security. In response to this situation, we are collecting resources under a scientific platform and network to help mitigate and minimize problems in agriculture, industry, and food system during and post-crisis. Hopefully, all academicians, researchers, policymakers, professionals, and other stakeholders joining in this conference will give a very good solution to solve all the mentioned problems in agriculture. In this very good moment, I would like to convey my deepest appreciation to the committee of the second International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry 2020 for the hard work which has enabled the success of hosting for this international conference. My all good deeds and hard work will be rewarded by Almighty God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Finally, once again, I warmly welcome to you all to join for this international conference, and wish this second international conference on agriculture and bioindustry will produce a very fruitful information. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Syiah Kuala. It is my deep pleasure to introduce the Rector of Universitas Syiah Kuala, Professor Dr. Insinyur Samsul Rizal MN IPU, to deliver welcoming remarks, and afterwards, we would like to request the Rector of Universitas Syiah Kuala to officially open Icagri 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Rector of Universitas Syiah Kuala.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Dear colleagues, professors, lecturers, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Universitas Syiah Kuala, I would like to express our warm welcome to all of the participants in this second International Conference on Agriculture and Biodiversity 2020. Honorable Vice Rector Universitas Syiah Kuala, honorable invited speakers, Professor Michael Goodin from University of Kentucky, United States, Professor Dr. Arif Satria, SPMSE from IPB University, Indonesia, Professor George Papadakis from Agricultural University of Athens, Greece, Dr. Stephen G. Compton from University of Leeds, United Kingdom, Professor Hasegawa Koichi from Chubu University, Japan. Honorable participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a recent global pandemic was vastly affecting the minor economic sector, such as agriculture. Agriculture serves as the most important economic sector, endorsing food security and human development. Issues on sustainable agriculture and biosystem for food security after global COVID-19 pandemic have become a major concern in sustaining food security. Food security is a complex sustainable development issue. It is my hope under the second International Conference on Agriculture and Biodiversity would be able to achieve an objective in providing an effective forum for academicians, researchers, and practitioners to strengthen academic and industrial collaboration to enhance research and innovation. We believe and feel confident that this conference will be stimulate and discussion and share the ideas of multidisciplinary researchers, scientists, practitioners, and policy makers will be a major contribution in the prevention and settlement of various problems due to those recently issued. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, my deepest gratitude goes to the International Scientific Committee, Advisory Board, Steering Committees, and special to organizing committees members, sponsors and volunteers who have directly and indirectly supported the success of this conference. I hope you enjoy the virtual conference with Acehese culture performed virtually. Finally, I declare this second International Conference on Agriculture and Biodiversity 2020 officially open. May our God always guide and bless all of us. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin to the first speaker session that will be moderated by Professor Ahmad Humam Hamid.
Professor Ahmad Humam Hamid is a professor at Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Syiah. He was born in Samalanga, 31st March 1956. Professor Humam finished his master's degree at Universitas Syiah and pursued his master's degree at Manila University, Philippines. In 1996, he received a PhD from Kansas State University, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome Professor Ahmad Humam Hamid.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, especially in the tropical countries, and good evening for friends, for participants from Europe and from the States. Welcome to the second International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry, Icagri. I am Humam, Ahmad Humam Hamid. I'll be chairing this keynote speech session for the two keynote speakers, which will run from 9:30 until 10:30. Our theme for this international conference is New Shape of Sustainable Agriculture and Biosystem for Food Security After Global COVID-19 Pandemic. And to address this theme, many speakers will deliver presentation and speech accordingly. And to begin with, we'll be hearing the first two keynote speakers, one coming far away from the Midwest of the US, Professor Michael Goodin, PhD. He was born in Jamaica and then moved to Canada. He finished his BS at Brock University, Canada, with a double major in biology and chemistry. Then Goodin finished his master and doctoral studies in plant pathology at Penn State University in the US. And then he served as a postdoc scholar at the University of California, Berkeley. And now he is a professor at the Department of Plant Pathology, University of Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky, the US, where he started his teaching at in 2002. In 2018, Professor Goodin was selected as ASM Honorary Diversity Lecturer by the boards of governors of the American Academy of Microbiology. This is a very prestigious recognition by the American Society for Microbiology for Professor Goodin. Professor Goodin also has conducted a lot of research in virology, and as of now, to my knowledge, at least he has 93 publications in the journals. And now let's welcome Professor Michael Goodin from the Department of Plant Pathology, University of Kentucky, Lexington, the US. Good evening, Professor Goodin.
Thank you so much for that very warm and gracious welcome. It's a real pleasure to be here, and great to be the first speaker and be a part of this wonderful international community. So let me start with the slides, but I would like to pay special honor and thanks to the rector and the organizers of this wonderful conference. And if I may, this is a really interesting talk that I want students particularly to listen to. And this idea that plant virology can inform us about emergence of zoonotic viruses such as SARS-CoV-2 actually was not my idea. It was a group in Brazil, a student group in Brazil that was organizing a symposium like this, and they said, well, in a COVID era, can you tell us, does plant virology play any role in this? And I accepted the talk. I never review talks from students, but it really made me think. And I think in the post-COVID era, plant virology has a really excellent role to play in teaching fundamental principles of emergence, and I'll try to convince you of that. But I have to say, thank you very much, especially to Rina for this invitation and all the work with organizing. It's been a long time since I was in Indonesia, but I still have my famous shirt, so I wear it from time to time. So it's a real honor to wear that here tonight. So this talk is really about sort of putting into context the idea that so us as humans are sort of connected to this much larger landscape, and where do we fit in the context of this greater landscape. Sometimes we forget that they were a part of a bigger thing. And sort of to that end, we have these institutions that are tasked to detect and control pandemic viral diseases that are operating. And when they're operating efficiently, it appears that they're not doing anything at all, because there's not an outbreak, and outbreaks become a distant memory, and perception is no longer a threat. And so up to run up to 2019, new animal diseases that can also affect humans were being discovered at the rate of about 1 every 4 months. And the US government shut down the USAID's PREDICT program, which is involved in this, investigating diseases that jump from animals to humans in October of 2019, and then a month later, SARS-CoV-2 emerged. It's sort of a irony in timing. But so the public perception of virus outbreak is, unfortunately, most will encounter it through the Hollywood medium, movies like Outbreak. And this is a very entertaining movie. It's got some great actors, but it's not a good way to learn virology. But and it has to do with Ebola, and just not a great way to learn virology. And so it doesn't prepare us for what we need to do when an actual virus emerges, like SARS-CoV-2, which emerged in November of 2019, and then subsequently has increased, right? And it was declared pandemic on March 11th. So the good news is, and the reason we have to remain optimistic even in these very difficult times, is that we've been here before in human history. And when the scientific method is deployed, we have two proven solutions to viral pandemics, right? Vaccines have eradicated smallpox, well on our way to eradicating polio, and then measles, hepatitis A, B, yellow fever, mumps, chickenpox, and other viruses are well attended to with vaccines. And antiviral drugs like against HIV and hepatitis C can actually be curative in some cases, like the case of hepatitis C. And so well, when it comes to plants, it's quite a different story. Many people do not think about plants in conversations about viruses. And that really is a problem. And I'm going to tell you why that's a problem. But first we need to kind of have the perspective of history. So virology as a science actually starts with plants. Dmitry Ivanovsky in 1882 showed that the sap of leaves infected with tobacco mosaic disease remains its infectious properties even after filtration through Chamberlain filter candles, which could remove everything larger than a bacterium. And so this is the era of the height of the golden age of germ theory. Robert Koch and Louis Pasteur are doing their great work. But this was the first demonstration of an infectious subbacterial sized disease agent, right? And so this gave birth to virology as a science. So kudos to plants and agriculture. Plant virology was the first virology. But if we fast forward to present day and you start asking people, like I talk to people in grocery stores and wherever I can, this is a very common response. Wow, I didn't know that plants get viruses. And that really is a problem. And it's a problem because 70% of our daily caloric intake comes from seeds. And it's a problem because 3/4 of our recommended diet comes from fruits, vegetables, and grains, and then animal and dairy aspects. You know, you need grains and plants to certain plants to feed them. So that plants get viruses is really important. And when people don't know that this has happened, then that's a problem, because when we get virus emergence into plant cropping systems that threaten our food, people are not attuned to the importance of that. And so as happened to my uncle in Jamaica, he was devastated by papaya ring spot virus in the late 70s. And so this was my first introduction to plant virology as a young child. And so when I got to graduate school, and Dennis Gonzalez, then at Cornell University, made the transgenic lines with transgenic papaya expressing code protein that were virtually immune to virus infection. I thought, wow, what a absolutely fantastic technology, and it'll be embraced widely, and this will be a great way to fight viruses in agriculture. But that never transpired. But I've covered that episode in my blog and the introduction and emergence of papaya ring spot virus in this story. And what's important to realize is that 28 years later, the most robust, safest, stable, cost-effective, sustainable resistance to plant virus ever deployed are some of these transgenic lines, right? And having not employed that antiviral resistance widely, we have left many crops susceptible to devastating viruses for decades now. So potato, the major viruses there, potato virus Y, PVX, and potato leaf roll virus. We could have engineered immunity as early as 1995. In Brazil, cowpea aphid-borne mosaic on maracuja or passion fruit is very important. There's a single gene to protect processing tomatoes against tomato spotted wilt virus, and they're now breaking strains of those that have been identified. And even though we use transgenic sugar beet for sugar, that's glyphosate resistance, we don't stack it with engineered resistance to beet necrotic yellow vein virus. And so there are opportunities where we should deploy this technology. And because this lack of an understanding and appreciation of plant virology in a common food supply, when something like SARS-CoV-2 emerges, it reveals very quickly the widespread lack of understanding and appreciation for fundamental principles of epidemiology, and principles that could have been taught with plant-based examples. And so there's opportunities going forward to do better instruction using plant virus examples, because most people can understand that because they eat. And so when I talk to people about why don't you think about plants and viruses in the same conversation, and we say, well, you know, we're used to them in humans, and humans and animals are so different, then it's hard to imagine that plants even get viruses. So that begs the question, how different are plants and animals and humans? And so we could play a game, if you will, just for these next two slides. So which is human and which is the plant? And that should be a pretty easy answer, right? Maybe this is a little more complex. Which is the virus-infected human? Which is the virus-infected plant? And which is the human virus vector, and which is the plant virus vector? So this is a lot of green backgrounds, so you might guess that's the plant. How about this? Which is the virus-infected human cell, and which is the virus-infected plant cell? And it's sort of at this point where most people will not be able to differentiate human from plant or animal from plant. And the difference is that in this nucleus, it's human virus, a human nucleus infected with influenza A virus, and in this, it's the plant nucleus infected with Sancus yellonet virus. And so inside the cell, it's very difficult to distinguish plant from animal. And so we can use plant and human and animal systems to study very related phenomena, and plants can inform what's going on in animal systems. So how viruses manipulate cell membranes, or autophagy, or host factors, some of which are identical in plants to their human counterparts, and genetic bottlenecks, and so on and so forth. So at the cellular level, we already start to see that plants can be very informative to animal systems. And so it brings up this idea then that plant virology can sort of be a model system for considering zoonotic virus emergence, like SARS-CoV-2. And since we're very familiar with the concept of model systems, if it's true in the model system, then it informs the more complex system, like humans. and the model system is the more tractable, simpler system. And so we can formulate a hypothesis and ask, well, if plant virology can inform human virology, then the two should have in common outbreak phenomena, a sudden appearance, spillover phenomena, transfer from wild to domestic areas, say, common genetics, similar types of viruses, reliance on vectors for spread, and maintenance in reservoir species. And so then if these occur in plant virology and zoonotic viruses, then plant virology then serves as sort of the model system for zoonotic viruses. So I'll give you one example using the Tospil viruses and see if we can find these parallels. And I have a longer version of this talk on YouTube that you can find that has other viral examples. But if we start with the Tospil viruses and consider, wow, they are very important for vegetable production, for example. And in the case of tomato spotted wilt virus, there are envelope ambisense or negative sense single-stranded RNA genomes. They're segmented. But genetically, if we consider the genetics of this virus, we see that, wow, they're very similar to a lot of emerged zoonotic viruses like hantavirus, Ebola, and Nipah, and Hendra have similar type of genetics. And like the zoonotic viruses, these plant viruses have a vector, and they are transmitted by thrips, not by bats like Ebola, but still a vector. And they have a very broad genetic diversity in different strains and species. And so, begs that question, a broad genetic diversity and segmented genome, so is that bad? And that's bad for Tospil viruses, and the very same reason of the parallel with influenza virus, that if you have a segmented genome, it's like a deck of cards, and you can shuffle that deck to make new strains, which is why we have the Anita flu vaccine annually, right? Because of the power of reassortment in influenza virus, and the same phenomena occurs in the plant virus, Tospil virus. And so if we consider both Gemini viruses and Tospil viruses, which have these insect vectors, you can imagine if you load virus into each one of these insects and have wind dispersal, you could get a very explosive outbreak or epidemic very quickly. So just like you might have in a zoonotic system. And so to sort of put all that together in this one example, and show you the parallels between plant virus emergence and zoonotic virus emergence, like SARS-CoV-2 or Ebola. In the case of another Tospil virus, tomato chlorotic spot virus, which emerged in the 1980s in Argentina and Brazil, and in 2014 on transported greenhouse material causes an explosive outbreak in the Caribbean basin. There's a wild weed reservoir for TCSV, and it goes to a number of solanaceous crops. But if you just look at this sort of model and sort of paradigm, you find that it has the same structure. If this was Ebola virus, you'd have a reservoir of bats, and then you could get transmission to chimpanzee, human, and macaques. And so the parallels are the same. And just like having a surveillance team for zoonotic viruses that do interventions for Ebola and whatnot, diagnosticians are absolutely critical in plant virology, monitoring specimens as they come into the lab from farms and around, to kind of identify the start of epidemics. So if we go back to our hypothesis, then, if plant virology can inform human virology, then the two should have in common. Yeah,
Professor Goodin, your time is already up 1 minute, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had 20 minutes. Okay. So I'll just. I apologize. I thought I had 20 minutes.
That's okay.
Okay, so I just want to say that we have a special issue of viruses coming out on plant virus emergence, and that'll come out soon, and we have to pay attention and promote good understanding of the scientific method, and you can read about this on my blog. But the good news is that we will put SARS-CoV-2 on this list, either antivirals or vaccines soon. So with that, I want to thank you again for the invitation to speak, and I apologize for going over time. I thought I had a longer time.
That's okay. Thank you. Very good, very enlightening presentation, Professor Goodin. And now let's have our next speaker. But before that, I would like to tell all of us to the rule of this session, that after this, Professor Arif will give a speech for 20 minutes. And then we will have the rest of 20 minutes. We are going to have Q&A session. And then I will open to 5 participants. Our next speaker is someone who is not far away like Professor Goodin, but it almost 3 hours flight, Prof. Goodin, from our place to our next speaker house. He is Professor Arif Satria, who graduated from IPB University for his BS and his master's in sociology. And then he got his PhD from Kogashima University in Japan, majoring in marine policy. And now he is a lecturer at the Department of Social and Fisheries. He served as a dean for College of Human Ecology at IPB University for 2 periods. And now he was appointed as the Chancellor of IPB University, and he is still in his position until 2020. Arif Satria held a number of positions in other agencies for organization. Aside from doing so many research, he wrote many books. He also an active guest speakers for so many national and international fora. Professor Satria is also nationally recognized for his bright and new ideas and thoughts, and for that he became a reference in number of national dialogue and policy formulation. And now let us welcome Professor Arif Satria, and we are delighted to hearing your speech, Professor Satria. Please, ladies and gentlemen. The topic of Professor Arif would be digital agriculture transformation, the role of higher education in transforming agro-maritime 4.0 in Indonesia. Please, Professor Arif.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation for the invitation for me to have a speech in this very, very important moment on digital agricultural transformation, the role of higher education in transforming agro-maritime 4.0. Honorable Professor Samsul Rizal, Rector of Syiah, and Prof. Samadi, Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Prof. Michael Goodin, speaker from Kentucky University, moderator, and all speakers and guests. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are dealing with the issue of Industrial Revolution 4.0. And this Industrial 4.0 is not only characterized by IoT technology that connects all of devices around us with the internet technology. Moreover, it emphasizes added value aspects with the most devastating impact, not only creating civilization, but also optimizing what already exists by connecting each other through more safety and intelligent decision-making process. And now, as we know, in the reality, agriculture still facing problems. The first is about land conversion, about disconnectedness and non-transparency among participants in value chain of agro-based production systems, inefficiencies of value-added information process undergoing from land to consumer, increasing average age of farmers through the world. For example, if we look at the case in the United States, the average age of farmers around 58 years old, while in Japan is 67 years old. In Indonesia, the average age of farmers is around 46, 47 years old. And the other, another problem is about the uncertainty because of climate change, about the poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2017, the percentage of poverty in rural areas, around 13%, was higher than in urban area. And we know that it is concentrated in Eastern Indonesia. Another issue is about environmental crisis and climate change. Environmental crisis and climate change have become central attentions within global community because of its contribution to wider impacts of poverty, hunger, and deteriorating quality of human life, which have increasingly put pressure to vulnerable community groups. Such circumstances urge us to continue delivering new ideas, innovations, and actions in order to tackle the problems and to improve the quality of our planet. Now we are entering the new era, what we call digital transformation. What I already described above, the problems, the issues in development, I think is a part of a complex interrelated system. And it requires a transformation of the development paradigm oriented to ecological, economic, and social sustainability. In line with this, agro-maritime resources have a central role in resolving development problems in developing countries, especially Indonesia. The influence of the fourth industrial revolution that drives the development of digital technology in various aspects of life, including the agro-maritime sectors, also needs to be responded carefully and intelligently, especially for tackling environmental and climate change related impacts. Agro-Maritime 4.0, IBB 2 years ago, come up with the issue of the idea of Agro-Maritime 4.0 is our response to the fourth industrial revolution. What is Agro-Maritime 4.0? Agro-Maritime 4.0 actually is a development platform that integrates management of terrestrial and marine area implemented by enhanced social and economic capital and the optimal use of digital technology through transdisciplinary, integrated, and participatory approach, and under the principle of inclusiveness, transparency, environmentally friendly, creativity, critical thinking, and ethical to improve national productivity and achieve sustainability, prosperity, justice, and sovereignty, the ultimate goal of national development. And we have some principle that about the precision, how we use the precision approach, considering accuracy, and then zero waste, the principle of blue economy, and with other principles. Ladies and gentlemen, Agro-Maritime 4.0 considers agricultural, marine, and bioscience-related resources as the engine of growth in the future. Therefore, the role of village, small islands, and city are critical as center of growth. Particularly, villages and small islands constitute frontier economies for a strategic country like Indonesia because of its crucial roles as economic buffer zone that provide raw materials, tourism, maritime environmental service, as well as biodiversity. Connectivity among regions and islands is indispensable to better run the economy, to eliminate inequality, and to secure national security and sovereignty. in this digital era, application of Internet of Things in various technology has played a significant role to improve the growth of village and small islands, and also provide solutions for land constraint to produce agricultural products through plant factory automation or urban farming. Ladies and gentlemen, the approach of Agro-Maritime 4.0 applies widely to IoT to create precision in agro-maritime resources management through artificial intelligence, drone application, robotics, blockchain, genetic engineering, nanotechnology, and many others. There are many advantages or benefits are created by application of digital technology. Climate change increased risk and uncertainty in the use of agro-maritime resources in forms of natural or anthropogenic disaster, as well as pandemic diseases, and application of IoTs may enhance anticipation and risk mitigation. Production process can be done by high rapidness, precision, or accuracy, and customized. And the use of cloud technology allows big data management to provide real-time information and to support decision-making through artificial intelligence. The use of blockchain technology on national logistics system may enhance transparency and traceability in various transactions. Online and direct marketing increase benefits gained by product producer, particularly small-scale economies and various financial technology platforms provide alternative for many economic factors in financing and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, there are several applications of 4.0 technology. For example, for precision agriculture. This technology enhanced precision agriculture among other fuzzy systems to diagnose pest and disease. How we use bioinformatics and genetics algorithm to invent the quality of seed. How we develop automation of quality test tool to avoid crop damage. Also, we develop identification system of fertility using neural network. We use smart system using remote sensing technology for land and water use planning, optimizing shortest route in commodity distribution chain, and transparency of the flow of goods and money using blockchain and big data. How we apply the principle of artificial intelligence for agro-industry, for example. Several applications of artificial intelligence for agro-industry that have been developed are product quality test by non-destructive quality testing, chemoinformatics using simulation of supercomputer, product sortation by intelligent vision, combination of chemoinformatics with parallel meta-heuristic and deep learning, intelligent agro-industrial resource planning to create smart production, logistic, and marketing system, and intelligence bioreactor and blockchain in smart agro-logistic system, and smart drone for distribution. All of this will give more advantages for farmers and wider social benefit around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce what kind of the innovation we have already developed for developing on-farm and off-farm, including environmental management system. For on-farm, for example, this is kind of the example in fisheries, because this device, for example, track fish. Yes. This device is suitable for farmer-scale fisheries as well as commercial fishing vessels. It is designed and developed to support seafood import monitoring, traceability program, and to help improve the overall fishing productivity. And then this is smart aquaculture in eel production. Yeah. And then this information service for vegetable farmers in Indonesia. The Smart Seeds project, this we call information system service for vegetable farmers in Indonesia, we call Smart Seeds. This project implements a financially sustainable information service that support around 100,000 vegetable farmers to increase their production, income, food security, and reduce the input of water, fertilizer, and pesticides. Weather, climate, soil, and pest and disease advisory, as well as market information service will be provided to smallholder farmers. And then this is the good data for sustainable pepper farming. Yeah, the project use satellite data in combination with field data on soil, weather modeling, and good agricultural practice to improve productivity in Indonesian smallholder pepper farmers. Another is about how we develop smart irrigation. smart irrigation system. We also develop smart robotic and seed planter and smart fertilizing system, smart fertilizing 4.0. It is very good for plantation, especially for oil palm, and we've already developed in many plantation, including 8 plantation, PTPN 3, 4, 5, 7, and some private sectors that develop plantation on oil palm. And this smart fertilizer we call Precipalm, this tool provides farmers recommendation on nutrition for plantation using data from Sentinel satellite and processing because it used DSS fertilizer. It is before using this smart system, we usually just pick leaves and sample of soil, and then we go to the laboratory and we need around 1 month to identify what kind of the content of nutrition in the soil. But using satellite, using this instrument, we just need around 10 or 15 minutes. So the efficiency to identify, the accuracy to identify the content of soil is very, very important. And then smart integrated pest management. It's already developed in Sumatra and also plantation, and how to diagnose the disease. We just pick leaf and then we use smartphone to identify what kind of disease exists in this area. And then smart robotic for harvesting, and then drone and artificial intelligence for monitoring biodiversity in palm oil plantation, and also smart detection for quality of fruits. You know, in the past when we go to the market and then we want to buy the good mango, we have to pick and then we smell. But now just we use smartphone, we can identify which mango is sweet and which mango is not sweet. It is very, very good for us as the consumer. And then next, Aurora, it is the kind of the innovation, autonomous robot palm oil monitoring based on long range detection to support precision agriculture. So we want to harvest the oil palm fruit, we just use these robots to identify which fruits already ready for harvesting or not yet. And then this is the brown sea, it's kind of the, it is the produced by a student. Next. And then smart quail house for animal science, animal production. And then smart seeder, also developed by a student. And then SMIPI. It is you know, in many countries that have the very limited land, and then they develop a plant factory. It is the miniature of plant factory we call smart mini plant factory based on IoT and to support urban farming. I think it is can be used in restricted areas. Control plant environment. We can control everything like temperature, humidity, light intensity, nutrition, and it is good to improve crop quality. The increased plant growth, I think, around 44%. And then Beehive digital technology, or the digital honey automatic cage harvesters innovative solution to improve the efficiency of beekeeping in Indonesia. And how about of farm? Ladies and gentlemen, it is the example what we already developed in the community and farmers surrounding the campus. We have many variety, many good seeds for horticulture, especially for vegetables and fruits, and then we distribute our seeds to the farmers surrounding the campus, and then the farmers develop the farming, and we have the program to accompany the farmers, to empower the farmers, to have the education to the farmers, and then the farmers after harvesting sell the product to IB, and then we put the products in the cold storage and then in packing house, and then we distribute to 31 supermarket in Jabodetabek, in Jakarta, Depok, and Bogor. This means that the quality of product, the farmers, it is suitable for the modern market. And that's for biofuel 4.0. It is also, we also develop the smart agro logistic. Yeah. And how is about for environmental management? And for environmental management, I think it is, we developed 2 years ago about fire risk system. Fire risk system is expected to be used by the government to help anticipate and prevent land and forest fires, to complement the already existed short-term early warning information system, namely the daily scale, such as FDRS and SIPONGI. And the fire risk system developed by IBB currently covers only 10 provinces, yeah. West Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan, East Kalimantan, North Kalimantan, South Kalimantan, and then North Sumatra, Riau, South Sumatra, Jambi, and Lampung, and 8 selected districts in Riau and Central Kalimantan province, namely Syiah, Rokan Hilir, Dumai, and so on. We can predict, we can predict the forest fire 6 months prior the accident. So it is a very, very good prediction of forest fire 6 months before, and we have already informed this system to the national government. And then another innovation is about vulnerability index data, inventory system, internet-based information system, aims to provide information on the level of vulnerability and climate risk to village level throughout Indonesia. And there is underwater televisual system, it is for fisheries, and then early warning system for coastal community, and then sea surface drone, autonomous surface vehicle, and also smart coastal management, smart ocean management. It is what I think is important for us to identify what is the issue of the coral reef and then seagrass by using IoT. And then it's also microsatellite development for food security, environmental monitoring, and we already developed the system. And then national forest monitoring model, and then precision village. It is very important for us to identify what's actually the problem of the village on data, accuracy of data, because we are now dealing with the issue of accuracy of data of the village. Village planning depends on the accuracy of data. And based on our findings, that our data in Indonesia, in village, have the problems, and then the error is around 40% based on this approach. So we use drone, using participatory system. So now we also already developed this approach to 40 village in Indonesia. And how was the last issue is about the strategy of agro-information transformation. You know, the development of 4.0 technology in the developing countries, especially for agriculture, especially in Indonesia, has been increasingly disrupting many aspects of life. And we are in the era where the startup company could possibly grow and become a giant company that could be considered as a high-value company. And ladies and gentlemen, there are at least 4 or 5 agenda for transformation. The first is about smart community development. I think one of the requirements to develop transformation for Industrial Revolution 4.0 for agriculture, the first is smart community development. And for IBB, we have developed a Tani Center, a digital platform of cyber extension that provide information and technical guide for farmers and various crops. Social and institutional aspects are also important factors that need to be encouraged through Tani Center platform. This platform enables a knowledge transfer from university and community and encourage shared learning that can stimulate creativity and critical thinking of community in response to change triggered by 4.0 technology. Next, and then it is the what I'll develop in 8 provinces about the smart people development. And the second agenda is milestone of implementation of agro-maritime 4.0. It is for the first stage, instrumented and agro-maritime system. The second stage, integrated agro-maritime system. The third stage, automated agro-maritime system. And the fourth stage, smart agro-maritime system. So if we need to make the smart agro system, at least we have to pass 4 stages. And this also, yeah, one stage is around 1 year, 2 years. So we hope after 5 years we can, achieve what we call smart farming. Ladies and gentlemen, now the third agenda is about research roadmap. So for developing or for transformation of agriculture, digital agriculture or smart agriculture, we need to have the roadmap. We need to do mapping on the community target and technology that will be produced. And the second one, we need to do assessment in human resources, institutional aspect and business context, and to enhance innovation and on business community. The third one, we develop big data building and mining, make investment on smart systems, supported technology, and apply this technology and its principles. The last one, we should be able to execute big data analysis to master the application of artificial intelligence, big data management, and network machine learning, and eventually to implement smart system in agro-maritime management. This roadmap, so now IPB developed this roadmap, and then for 1 year, we have to identify what kind of research we have to develop, and then to follow this roadmap. So we can predict what kind of the output every year from our research. It is, for example, for technology of smart farming. Yeah. For smart farming, it is how we develop smart plantation, smart breeding, smart plant protection. It is the kind of the research we now developing in Bogor. And this it is for fisheries. And then it is for fisheries. And the fourth one, the last one, is about regulatory framework. How we develop affirmative policy to empower small-scale farmers. You know, digital infrastructure is indispensable to enhance connectivity in the management of strategic sector of agro-maritime and integration among stakeholders. The readiness of human resources and communities to enhance research and innovation that support the implementation of Industry 4.0 needs to be prepared. On top of that, transparency and fairness in the socio-economic and political system needs to be strengthened to encourage collaboration and network among stakeholders.
Excuse me, Professor Arif, you have 2 minutes more.
Yes, the last slide. Creating values and distribute it fairly within the society. Yes. And this, thank you very much. And for regulatory framework, I think it's very important for us to prepare right now, because, for example, if we refer to the experience of Taiwan, for Taiwan already set the policy and regulations regarding how to implement 4.0 technology for farming. And I think we need to at least what already developed in Taiwan, what also in China, in Japan, we can take lesson learned, and I think we can apply for Indonesian case soon. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Professor Arif and Professor Goodin. Very enlightening.
You're frozen.
Theme of the speech, and now we will start our Q&A session for the rest 20 minutes. But before that, I would like to apologize on behalf of Professor Arif due to his recovery period from COVID-19, which is still ongoing. Please don't ask. I repeat, any question for him. He is still in the recovery period of COVID-19.
Oh, wow.
Let's pray for him that he's going to recover soon.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
However, we very much appreciate that for his 20-minute speech for all of us. It means we are going to have a lot of questions, a lot of time with Professor Goodin.
Okay.
Now you can raise your hand. I will proceed with you. Please mention your name and your associate, or you can send your questions through our line. I will read your questions to Professor Goodin. Please raise your hand and start your question.
Yeah, I think
Any
there
one
are
of you?
two questions in chat already.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
It goes to you already? Oh yeah?
Yes, there are two questions in chat. So the first question is from Muhammad, and he asks what is your opinion about herd immunity and its potential application in plants and human? So that's a really excellent question, and one that's being discussed much at the moment, particularly with respect to SARS-CoV-2. And I think we have to be very careful in how we consider what do we mean by herd immunity, and in what context. So what is going to provide the immunity, right? And so in the case of so herd immunity is this idea that if everybody is immune to the virus to a certain percentage, then that will block the rates of transmission, make it less efficient to the degree that those who are not vaccinated or exposed to the virus are protected, right? And so this is a very important concept in vaccination, right? And so like measles, you need something like greater than 80% of the population to be vaccinated, as such that person-to-person transmission does not occur at a substantial rate, okay? And that's the, polio is the same way, and that's, viruses that certainly aerosol viruses. This is why we have flu vaccination. It is so important. And the higher and the better the efficacy of the vaccine, and the better you can achieve herd immunity. The discussion right now with SARS-CoV-2 is whether or not you let the virus do that. And so just in the absence of vaccine, not wear masks and not social distance, such that a sufficient percentage of the population gets sick, and then they will be immune and then effectively be vaccinated. And what's quite dangerous about that thinking is that this virus is about 5 times more lethal than influenza. And so, if it's got a 1% death rate, then there are 300 million people in the United States. And so, 1%, that's 3 million people would basically be killed in order to achieve some substantial herd immunity, and that's unacceptable. So that's really the key differential between having a dangerous virus to provide the protection and a vaccine. So long answer to a very important question. In the case of SARS-CoV-2, herd immunity, letting the virus do it, is not an option, and one that's not sanctioned by virologists. So the second question is, following that, do you think the vaccine will be able to control COVID-19 in the near future? What is the danger of applying immature, not satisfactory clinical test vaccine? Okay, so something I briefly addressed near the end of my talk. We, as scientists and scientific community, we are beholden to this thing called the scientific method, right? We make observations, we form hypotheses, we design experiments to test the hypothesis, and then we analyze the data, and if necessary, make a new hypothesis. And in this iteration, we come out to the right answers. Okay, so we have to follow this process very stringently in the case of vaccine development. So, okay, let's take measles virus. Killed measles vaccine, highly effective, highly efficacious, excellent, right? Now you make the same type of vaccine with respiratory syncytial virus. It's a very dangerous virus of newborns. And so if you make the RSV vaccine in the exact same way you make measles vaccine and give that, you predispose people to more severe, you actually exacerbate the severity of the disease when infected with live virus. So it's sort of an anti-vaccine, right? And so the only way you know that this is the case is to do phase 1 clinical trials, make sure there's no acute toxicity, do phase 2 trials, which are smaller groups. And then if that passes, you go to phase 3, which may be tens of thousands of people, in order to get the data to say yes or no, this vaccine is safe. And until you have those data, you cannot release it. There have been cases where we tried that in the 1970s with a flu vaccine that had not gone through clinical trials properly, and that set off a series of Guillain-Barré disease, sort of as a consequence of getting the vaccine. So we've got to be judicious and very attentive to the process of the scientific method and conduct those trials. And only when we have a safe vaccine will we release it. Excellent question. 2 very important questions.
I might ask my own question, one, Professor Goodin.
Sure.
How would you explain a lot of viruses originated from China? If you remember Antonin plague in 2nd century, and then a lot of H3N2, H5N1, and now COVID.
You froze.
Please, thank you.
Oh, sorry, you froze. I didn't hear the question. Could you repeat?
Yeah, I'm asking why so many viruses originated from China? Remember Antonin plague in the 2nd century? It's mentioned came from China because of Silk Road to Europe,
yeah,
to the Middle East, and then H3N2, Hong Kong flu, and then H5N1, bird flu, and now we have COVID-19. How can we explain this in terms of environments? Thank you.
Well, so I'm going to have to think about that in the historical context. So what contributes to emergence and what contributes to rapid spread, right? You know, I'm not sure that it's entirely China, right? So we have, you know, Ebola and Rift Valley fever and Argentine hemorrhagic fevers and dengue virus, and a lot of viruses that emerged in a lot of different countries. And so I'm not sure if China is particularly unique in virus emergence. So that's sort of one thing. But what contributes to rapid spread after emergence is high density populations, particularly in something that is airborne, and so that may exacerbate that. But I think you know that we know that from fundamental principles of epidemiology, and so what we really need to do more than ever is to have those systems in place that do surveillance and basically find zoonotic viruses pre-emergent. So those are increasingly important, and to actually have frontline diagnostics pre-emergence for the world being what it is, the population density and the speed that we can travel around the world is increasing and always faster, and so I think it's really important to have those systems in place, right? Even more so.
Yeah.
But virus emergence happens in many different places, and we have to look at and viruses that move between like food, like pigs and ducks and humans, like flu. We have to be very cognizant of our farming systems that they don't exacerbate transmission. But surveillance and diagnostics is critical.
Okay, with that we conclude our first session, and I believe it already midnight in your place of Goodin.
Yeah, it's close to midnight, so if you'll excuse me, I might go to bed.
But again, thank you for being willing to spend
Thank you very much.
hours with us.
It was a really wonderful experience.
And at the same time, we are here about to have a lunch time. all of us, the committee and the participants of this seminar, would like to extend our deep thanks and appreciation for you and for Prof. Arif.
Thank you so much. All the best for a successful conference.
Let all of us give a hand for those two wonderful speakers.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for all of the participants, and good night for all.
Good night.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now witnessing the symbolic delivery of certificates by the Rector of Universitas Syiah Kuala, Professor Dr. Insinyur Samsul Rizal, M.Eng. IPU, to our keynote speakers, Professor Michael Goodin and Professor Dr. Arif Satria, SP, MSI.
On behalf of Rector Universitas Syiah Kuala, I would like to highly appreciate your support as keynote speaker, Second International Conference on Agriculture and Biodiversity 2020. Allow me to give our highly appreciate through this certificate. Again, thank you very much for your cooperation and contribution.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the first parallel station. For this station, the operator has provided link that can be accessed into 9 rooms for different speakers and moderators. Therefore, please follow the given instruction and take your time. Thank you very much.
Satria yo, honayo, ayati ado, ayo, lejami maharongo, zimu bupote, dana, Panea dengan menomang Muringa mudok di sambe Panea dengan muloe Ngamame mudok di sambe Dia kenaraya
Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly read the technical guidance booklet from the committee to prepare things related to our program from the first until the last.
Kepada yang kami hormati, Bapak Ibu presenter, moderator dan peserta, dimohon untuk membaca panduan teknis secara seksama dan menyiapkan beberapa hal terkait di awal sehingga kegiatan kita dapat berjalan lancar sesuai schedule yang telah ditetapkan.
And please to immediately try the provided virtual background and adjust or renaming your name in your Zoom's meeting setting as in the booklet.
Mohon untuk segera mencoba virtual background dan menyesuaikan dengan nama pada Zoom meeting di perangkat Anda yang sesuai dengan ketentuan yang telah ditetapkan oleh panitia. Untuk cara penamaan, sebagai contoh, Anda dapat menuliskan nama room parallel session, nomor urut di tabel presenter, dan juga nama presenter. Sebagai contoh, room A1, 1S Kasimin. Dan untuk partisipan, harap untuk menuliskan dengan format nama NP spasi nama partisipan.
For example, name of parallel session room, number of presenter in the list. For participants, please rename your Zoom to NP underscores the name of participants. For the parallel session will be conducted at 11:30 Indonesian time. Please kindly prepare before the exact time.
Kami ingatkan sekali lagi, untuk sesi paralel akan dimulai pada pukul 11.30 waktu Indonesia Barat. Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda.
Universitas Syiah, Indonesia, is a public university located in Banda Aceh, the capital of Aceh province. Located at the westernmost point of Sumatra Island, the province is rich with tradition, cultures, language, and natural resources. The university is also known as the heart of Acehnes, jantung hati rakyat Aceh. It is the oldest university in Aceh, officially established on September 2nd, 1961. Universitas Shah Kuala was named after an Islamic scholar of Aceh, Abdul Rauf bin Ali Al-Jawi Asingkili, who is also known as Tengku Shah Kuala. He established an Islamic education center at River Mount in Banda Aceh, which later became education institution. During this time, he gave great contribution to the education value and Islamic law and regulation in Aceh. In addition to main campus in Darussalam, Banda Aceh City, Universitas Shah Kuala has also established a second campus in the district of Gayolwas. The campus is called Program Studi di Luar Kampus Utama, PSDKU. Universitas Shah Kuala has 12 faculties and a postgraduate school, Faculty of Economic and Business, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Faculty of Nursing, and Faculty of Dentistry. All these 12 faculties together offer 135 study programs of different levels: diploma programs, undergraduate programs, profession programs, specialist programs, master programs, and doctoral programs. With various facilities and programs being over, Universitas Shah Kuala now hosts more than 32,000 students from various regions in Indonesia and overseas. The university have received numerous awards from its achievement at both the international and the international levels. For example, with Malim Diwa electric car, Universitas Shah Kuala recently won as the second fastest team to complete technical inspection in the electric class at a prestigious competition in Asia, the Shell Eco Marathon Asia competition. In the research area, the university has also developed a good reputation at the national and the international levels through its excellent research and research centers. Such as Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center and Atsiri Research Center. Universitas Shah Kuala also published numerous scientific journals. Some of them have been indexed by SINTA, Indonesian Citation Index, as Quality 1 and 2 journals. One of the university journals, Study in English Language and Education Journal, SEALI, has recently been indexed by Scopus, one of the most reputable journal indexing and citation database in scientific world. Universitas Shah Kuala have actively participated in several collaborative programs with several countries in Asia and Europe. These include Erasmus Mobility and Capacity Building Program, IMTGT University Network Programs, and Erasmus Plus Program. Universitas Shah Kuala also have numerous national and international collaborations with universities and companies across the globe. Through this collaboration, the university has successfully organized various academic and non-academic events which have improved the university's national and international reputation. The joint research and publication programs, exchange programs, internship programs, disaster and cultural summer camps, and humanitarian programs are among many others. Universitas Shah Kuala does not only focus on improving the quality of academic activities within the campus, but also proudly offers service to the communities. The tasks are assigned to 3 units at the university: the Office of International Affairs, Career Development Center, and Entrepreneurship Center. These units help students, staff, and alumni to expand their experience in academic, business, and beyond. Therefore, Universitas Syiah Kuala has always appreciated and placed at the top priorities all partnership and collaboration, and has managed to make the university what it is today. The university continuously strives to improve the quality of its academic activities, research development, humanitarian work, and the quality and quantity of scientific publications to achieve its vision to become the leading university in Asia and to become the world-class institution.
Universitas Syiah Kuala, universitas yang inovatif, mandiri dan terkemuka, menuju Innovation Socio-Technopreneur University.
Provinsi paling barat Indonesia yang bernama Aceh menyimpan catatan sejarah yang panjang dan melegenda. Wilayah yang pada masanya dulu pernah menjadi kesultanan besar yang disegani dunia ini, juga tanah yang dikenal dengan kekayaan alamnya. Selain keindahan pesona wisata yang memukau, Aceh juga dikenal sebagai wilayah pertanian dengan hasil yang melimpah ruah. Sejarah mencatat jauh di masa lalu, wilayah ini sudah menjalin kerjasama perdagangan lada dengan dunia internasional. Semangat kejayaan pertanian itu pula yang menjadikan kota Banda Aceh sebagai lokasi berdirinya Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala. Tempat ini menjadi saksi dari dedikasi, impian, dan kerja keras yang membingkai harapan untuk mengembangkan dunia keilmuan pertanian di Aceh dan Indonesia. Fakultas Pertanian merupakan fakultas ke-6 di Universitas Syiah Kuala yang lahir pada tanggal 18 Agustus 1964. Dan saat ini, Fakultas Pertanian telah berkembang demikian jauh sehingga telah memiliki 8 program studi sarjana, yaitu agroteknologi, agribisnis, peternakan, teknik pertanian, teknologi hasil pertanian, dan program studi ilmu tanah, termasuk 2 program studi teranyar, yaitu proteksi tanaman serta kehutanan. Selain itu terdapat juga 2 program diploma, yaitu program D3 Manajemen Agribisnis dan program D3 Budidaya Peternakan, serta 4 program pasca sarjana, yaitu konservasi sumber daya lahan, agroteknologi, agribisnis, dan teknologi industri pertanian yang semuanya pengelolaan dilakukan oleh program pasca sarjana Universitas Syiah Kuala.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala menjadi pusat pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat yang unggul dan terkemuka dalam bidang pertanian berbasis sumber daya dan kearifan lokal di Indonesia pada tahun 2020.
Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala mengembangkan sistem perkuliahan yang berbasis pada kompetensi pertanian secara terpadu yang relevan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat Indonesia dan global. Pengembangan ini didukung sepenuhnya oleh seluruh sivitas akademika fakultas ini. Salah satu dukungan tersebut tercermin dari aktifnya para dosen dan mahasiswa dalam mengembangkan riset-riset unggulan pertanian yang berpola keilmuan dan teknologi, berorientasi produk, dan berbasis pengabdian dengan tetap berupaya untuk mengembangkan potensi lokal. Sebagai hasil dari sistem tersebut, beberapa inovasi dan produk dengan pencapaian istimewa bahkan telah berhasil diwujudkan oleh para mahasiswa jauh sebelum mereka menamatkan jenjang pendidikan sarjana mereka.
Pada saat ini kami telah mengembangkan suatu produk primadona bumbu masakan khas Aceh yang dapat memberikan rasa kesegaran, rasa asam segar pada masakan dan juga dapat menghilangkan bau amis pada masakan ikan. Pada saat ini, produk ini telah kami pastakan sehingga penggunaannya praktis bagi ibu-ibu rumah tangga yang memiliki nilai kesibukan dalam kehidupan sehari-harinya. Produk ini juga memiliki nilai kehigienisan sehingga dapat disimpan dalam jangka waktu yang lama.
Untuk mendukung sistem perkuliahan yang aktif dan berbasis teknologi, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala juga menyediakan berbagai fasilitas seperti laboratorium, bengkel teknik, kebun percobaan, serta berbagai sarana lainnya.
Untuk mendukung menjadi pusat penelitian yang terkemuka juga, saat ini Fakultas Pertanian telah mengembangkan beberapa sarana dan prasarana yang memang secara fundamental sangat diperlukan. Saat ini kita telah mengembangkan satu rumah kaca, satu rumah kasa, dan kebun-kebun percobaan. Kemudian didukung juga oleh laboratorium-laboratorium dan tenaga-tenaga laboran yang tentunya memiliki kualifikasi yang bisa kita andalkan.
Tidak hanya berhenti sampai di situ, Fakultas Pertanian juga mengadakan case study dan study project dengan pendekatan multidisiplin serta mengembangkan fokus research area untuk memberikan sudut pandang dan pengembangan wawasan sesuai dengan perkembangan dunia.
Kami berkonsentrasi di bidang penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat untuk mengeksplorasi agen-agen pengendalian hayati yang dapat digunakan untuk menjawab permasalahan-permasalahan tersebut. Salah satu produk yang kami hasilkan adalah pelet yang berbahan aktif trichoderma yang dapat digunakan untuk menggantikan penggunaan pestisida kimia, di mana kita ketahui pestisida kimia saat ini dapat mengganggu atau merusak kelestarian lingkungan.
Keinginan untuk berkontribusi serta meningkatkan kualitas pertanian dalam kehidupan masyarakat terus berkembang dan terus menghasilkan berbagai terobosan. Berbagai program kerjasama penelitian dan pengabdian tetap menjadi fokus utama untuk memberikan peningkatan kualitas kehidupan pertanian masyarakat.
Pada dasarnya seperti kita ketahui, ketersediaan pupuk buatan itu sangat sulit dan mahal sekarang kondisinya. Kemudian dengan adanya pupuk hayati ramah lingkungan mikoriza ini berarti memberikan solusi kepada petani kita untuk menggunakan pupuk hayati yang ramah lingkungan, dan ini terus terang juga akan memberikan dukungan kepada masyarakat tani, khususnya petani, agar berbudidaya secara organik. Nah, salah satunya itu dengan penggunaan pupuk hayati mikoriza.
Dalam penyelenggaraan proses akademik, sejak tahun 2016, Fakultas Pertanian sudah mulai mengimplementasikan kurikulum berbasis kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia yang diharapkan mampu mendukung pencapaian visi dan misi Fakultas Pertanian, terutama dalam hal memaknai kearifan lokal, yaitu dengan mewajibkan mahasiswa mengambil mata kuliah sumber daya pertanian lokal dan mata kuliah agro-teknopreneurship yang lebih menekankan untuk mempelajari dan mengeksplor komoditi-komoditi lokal seperti kopi gayo, minyak nilam, padi lokal Aceh, kemudian kerbau gayo, sapi Aceh, dan komoditi lainnya. Sehingga diharapkan pada saat mahasiswa lulus, mereka menjadi lebih mandiri dan mampu mengembangkan komoditi lokal Aceh sebagai sebuah usaha.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala sejak tahun 2005 telah berhasil mengoleksi lebih dari 200 jenis aksesi plasma nutfah padi lokal, termasuk 50 jenis padi beras merah yang merupakan kekayaan sumber daya genetik lokal yang sangat bermanfaat untuk masa depan. Pemberdayaan dan penelitian varietas lokal juga memberikan hasil yang memuaskan. Salah satunya adalah padi Unsyah 1 Sambarasi, diciptakan dari varietas lokal Sambai dari Pulau Simelu dengan sentuhan teknologi mutakhir.
Padi itu kita tanam, kemudian kita hentikan penyiramannya, kita hentikan pengairannya. Itu lebih dari 1 bulan, bahkan sampai 39 hari itu tanahnya sudah kering, sudah rotak, bahkan kalau kita ambil itu sudah menjadi debu. Tapi kalau kita lihat bahwa tanaman padinya itu masih bisa tumbuh dengan baik, masih hijau, dan bulir-bulirnya masih berisi, masih berproduksi tinggi. Jadi memang kita mensimulasi perubahan iklim global ke depan itu di dalam rumah kaca supaya nanti kita bisa melepas varietas baru itu yang tahan terhadap cekaman lingkungan seperti kekeringan, suhu tinggi, serangan hama penyakit dan sebagainya.
Berbagai pencapaian akademis dan ilmiah tidak menjauhkan mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala dari berbagai prestasi lainnya. Terbukti dikenalnya nama mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala dalam berbagai program pertukaran mahasiswa ke sejumlah negara di dunia, salah satunya adalah negara Jepang.
Jepang memberikan kami pelajaran bagaimana mereka bangkit dari keterpurukan setelah musibah yang menimpa mereka dengan menggunakan teknologi serta melakukan inovasi dan peningkatan kualitas SDM yang terus-menerus dilakukan. Mereka dapat memajukan pertanian mereka seperti sedia kala, bahkan mereka bisa jauh lebih maju dibandingkan pertanian yang ada di negara manapun.
Dan untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala bukan hanya bekerja sama dengan berbagai institusi lokal dan nasional, namun juga menjalin hubungan baik dengan berbagai lembaga internasional. Meskipun secara kasat mata, prestasi dan prestise Fakultas Pertanian sudah cukup mendunia, namun sivitas akademika fakultas ini masih meyakini bahwa pekerjaan masih jauh dari selesai. Oleh karena itu, seluruh energi dan sinergi yang dimiliki difokuskan oleh fakultas ini untuk mengoptimalkan segenap potensi diri demi mencapai visi dan misi.
Perguruan tinggi sebagai lokomotif pembangunan berbasis ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, inovasi, dan karakter bangsa. Dan pertanian sebagai salah satu sektor yang memegang peranan sangat penting dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi, terutama di bidang pertanian, guna menjaga ketahanan pangan. Revolusi industri 4.0 telah mengubah sistem pertanian yang efektif dan efisien berbasis smart farming seperti Internet of Things, Big Data, dengan harapan produktivitas pertanian meningkat dalam mewujudkan kedaulatan pangan. Maju pertanianku, makmur rakyatku.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Again, we remind you to kindly read the technical guidance booklet from the committee to prepare things related to our program from the first until the last.
Bapak Ibu, presenter dan partisipan Second Icagri 2020 dimohon untuk membaca panduan teknis secara seksama untuk menyiapkan beberapa hal terkait di awal sehingga kegiatan kita dapat berjalan lancar sesuai dengan schedule yang telah ditetapkan.
And please to immediately try to provide a virtual background and adjust or renaming your name in your Zoom meeting settings as in the booklet. For example, name of parallel session room _ number of presenter in the list. For participants, please rename your Zoom to NP _ the name of the participants.
Mohon untuk segera mencoba virtual background dan menyesuaikan nama pada Zoom meeting di perangkat Anda sesuai dengan ketentuan di petunjuk teknis. Sebagai contoh, untuk presenter dapat menulis namanya dengan nama room parallel session, spasi nomor urut di table presenter, spasi nama presenter. Sedangkan untuk partisipan yang bergabung, diharapkan untuk mengubah namanya menjadi NP, spasi nama partisipan. Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda.
For the parallel session will be conducted at 11:30 in Indonesia time. Please kindly prepare before the exact time.
Untuk sesi paralel akan dimulai pada pukul 11.30 waktu Indonesia Barat.
Thank you very much for the attention.
Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda.
I want to tell you the best journey of my life.
Now I'm in Rangit Kecil, this beautiful, amazing island. Just look around me. Amazing, beautiful. I'm so happy to come here. And beside me, I have this amazing lighthouse. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
This is the first woman I loved.
I love this place. So many palm trees.
She's the one who introduced me to this place, to let me find an answer. I think this is the time to let the adventure begin.
Hey, beruntung nggak?
Excuse me, you know where is this place?
You can come with us. Tapi kamu harus lanjut lagi pakai kapal.
Can I join you?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I met good people along the way. Their kindness really moved me.
Bang Manap, ini ada kebetulan ini mau ke pulau. Tolong diantar lah.
Halo, hi, nice to meet you, Matt. Come on, mari. Goodbye. See you.
Along the journey, I can see why my mom was so in love with this place. My whole sense awakened by this incredible nature. And the people who are sincere can be seen and felt.
Ikan. Good.
I learned that behind every graceful movement of this dance has a special meaning. I've had the best shower of my life. Explored the most tranquil forest that make me hear my own heartbeat. Every single thing of this place make my heart tied up with love. Just like what it did to her.
What will you do when I leave?
I'm gonna miss you. This is for you. Dipakai ya, jangan hilang.
I love it. Terima kasih.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the first parallel station. For this station, the operator has provided 9 Zoom rooms for different speakers and moderators. Therefore, please follow the given instruction and take your time. Thank you.
Nggak ada, mana? Nggak ada, nggak tahu di mana. Sama Bang Yusa.
Maksudnya?
Ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, we remind again for you all to read all the guideline booklet from the committee from the first until the last. Don't forget to rename your Zoom meeting's name. To participants, please change it into NP_name of the participants.
Diingatkan sekali lagi kepada Bapak, Ibu speakers dan juga peserta untuk membaca instruksi yang telah diberikan oleh panitia. Selanjutnya diharapkan untuk mengubah nama sesuai dengan format yang telah diberikan, karena sesi parallel session akan dimulai beberapa saat lagi. Terima kasih.
Halo? Halo? Pak, ini saya udah masuk. Tolong masukin Pak ke room 6. Andini. Ini Pak, saya pakai komputer Mahyal. Andini A06 nih Pak, nomor 1, paling 1. A6, tolong Pak ya, makasih Pak. Yuk. Halo Bu Rina? Iya. Ini saya
that my PhD scientist, PhD student, Takahiro Hamaguchi. Dowel lava. Dowel lava is the special stage covered with a thick cuticle, and they don't show that the feeding behavior, but please see that without photoactivation, this alpha tachinol can kill that C. elegans dowel lava. In that 1 micromolar of alpha tachinol that can kill the more than 17% of C. elegans dowel lava without photoactivation. Yeah. Okay, and this result also that after without photoactivation, even after without photoactivation, that the nematode can be killed by the alpha tachinol. Yeah, from these results, we can say that even without photoactivation, this alpha tachinol can kill the C. elegans dowel lava and Melodogene incognita. So as I told you, these two nematodes is a special stage covered with a thick cuticle, and both don't show that the feeding behavior. So it means that alpha tachinol penetrate from the skin cuticle, not oral intake. Okay, next, I'm talking about the glutathione transferase, GST. This is an enzyme to protect animal bodies. This is GST is the enzyme found in almost every organism, not only animals, but also almost every organism, from bacteria to humans. Of course, in the C. elegans nematode. GST are recognized to play a major role in protecting organisms against wide variety of xenobiotics and endogenous oxidative toxicants. Yeah, and this is my previous study, and yeah, nematode and mammals share that the system to control the GST expressions. Yeah. So we find that the WDR23, this is a suppressor of skin1, and the skin1 is the transcription factor that can control the GST expression. And this WDR23 and the skin1 is the analog, homologous of the mammalian KEAP1 and NRF2. Yeah, animals can share the expression system of GST expression system. Okay, so next, because that alpha tachinol, the oxidative stress chemicals, we check that the expression pattern of oxidative stress response in C. elegans after treated with alpha tachinol. This is the result of quantitative RT-PCR of GST4. GST4 is one of the most prominently expressed GST, and SOD is the superoxide dismutase, and CTL that the catalyze. These are the enzyme important to protect the animals against the oxidative stress. And so this is the result of that real-time PCR. After treated with that alpha-terginal, GST4 is expressed, induced much more. Oh, this is at the control reference. SNB is at the reference. And compared with the reference, GST4 is induced much more. And SOD is also induced and not so strong compared with the GST4. Catalyze is not so induced. But it's very clear that GST4 and SODs are induced after treated with the alpha-terginal. So from these results, we conclude alpha-terginal is that oxidative stress toxicant, and that can kill that nematode. Next, we establish the transgenic animal C. elegans. That the name of this strain that the KHA143. This transgenic nematode harbor that the GST4 and the GFP fusion genes. GFP is so that the green fluorescence protein. Yeah, this is a transgenic nematode. And without oxidative stress, we cannot see that any expression of GFP. But after treated with oxidative stress, you can see that very strong GFP fluorescence signal. So because so the GST4 is fused with that GFP, so this GFP fluorescence signal is reflected by that reflected to the GST expression. Yeah. Using this nematode, we can visibly see their response to the against that oxidative stress. Okay, next we use this transgenic animals to see that the response of this nematode to the alpha-terginal. These are the confocal laser scanning microscope image of this nematode. Left is a fluorescence, right is a bright field images. Okay, and this nematode, upper figure indicates that the transgenic animals treated with that acrylamide. So the acrylamide is that a strong inducer of GST. So, and after treated with this acrylamide, you can see the very strong fluorescence signal from the whole body. But please check that lower photo. After treated with that alpha-terginal, you can see that the GFP fluorescence signal only cuticle, hypodermis, skin. So that this expression is restricted only the hypodermis, skin of the nematode. Yeah. From this result, we can interpret this alpha-terginal is attacking to the nematode skin. Okay, again, we establish another transgenic animal. This is a nematode having the next is SOD, superoxide dismutase, and fused with the GFP. Yeah, and again, we treated this nematode with acrylamide and SOD expressed in the whole body. But after treated with the alpha-terginal, you can see also that the SOD expression is restricted in the mainly in the hypodermis, skin. Oh, again, so we make that another transgenic animals. Next time, we tagged this GST4 with that RFP, red fluorescence protein. In addition, we add that NLS. NLS is the nuclear localization signal. This can be visible with that cell levels. So this dot indicates the nuclei of expressed cells. So it's very clear. So after treated with acrylamide, almost all cells are almost all cells express that red fluorescence protein. But alpha tau channel, after treated with alpha tau channel, its expression is restricted in the skin cells. Yeah, it's very clear. And this is the magnification image of a head and tail. These cells are skin. Yeah. Okay, and the next experiment is that knockdown technologies. So RNAi, RNA interference. Yeah. Please see this figure. So if you skin one are knocked down using the RNAi, as I told you, WDR23 is the suppressor of transcription factor skin one. And if you knocked down the skin one, so this skin one is the transcription factor, but if knocked down, GST expression were suppressed. On the other hand, if you knocked down the WDR23, this is a suppressor of skin one. And after RNAi, skin one constitutively induces the GST. Yeah. So GST expression is induced. Yeah. So this is the result of that knockdown experiment. This is blank RNAi, and this is schema RNAi, and this is WDR23 RNAi. So after you schema RNA, you suppress the schema expression, they become the mortality percentage increase compared with the blank RNAi. So it means that they are susceptible to the alpha tau. But if you knocked down the WDR23, they become resistance, mortality percentage decreased. Yeah. Okay, this is the conclusion. So that under the dark condition without photoactivation, alpha tau is an oxidative stress inducing chemical that effectively penetrates the nematode hypodermis and exerts nematicidal activity, suggesting high potential for its use as a practicable nematode control agent in agriculture. Yeah. And after that experiment of knockdown experiment, yeah, system of oxidative stress response in nematode strongly affects the resistance susceptible to against alpha tau. So it warning us the resistance of alpha tau might be occur after they obtained after some mutation happened in that such oxidative stress response. Okay, in addition, so we can say that C. elegans is a useful model animal to understand the action of unknown chemicals compound. Not only that harmful, but also beneficial substances. Yeah, so today's presentation is about that actually the harmful nematicidal compound. In addition, so our laboratory is studying that the beneficial substance. For example, this is that transgenic nematode expresses that nervous system, and this is the model to studying that neuronal degradation, neuronal degradation. So we are now studying to seek the chemical that protect that neurodegradation disorder. Yeah. Okay, this is at the end of my presentation.
not maximum yet. The main problem faced in cocoa plantation management at East Aceh Regency is the threat of plant-disturbing organisms attack, especially cocoa pod boll CPB pest, which causes cocoa productivity to drastically decrease. Material and method. Sample location of CPB pest incursion. First, untreated farm, not conducted treatment, cocoa farm its condition likely forest. Second, sober treated farm, farm treatment conducted incidentally irregular time. That's farm which treated intensively. Cocoa farm conducted treatment by providing fertilizer, planting, treated site joint on cocoa tree which have raised productive period. Fourth, farm that practice integrated pest management.
Is always increase year by year in line with the increasing the population. The increasing rice productivity sometimes meet the obstacle. One of the obstacle that causing the yield losses is the Syiah disease. This pathogen has been reported in several fields in the production countries such as Brazil, India, Taiwan, Philippines, Thailand, including Indonesia, and causing yield loss up to 85%. This disease symptom occurs in the left seed, encloses the panicle, and sometimes cause the panicle turning into brown and produce no grain. So one of the pathogen that causes the disease is the Sarocladium oryzae. The Sarocladium oryzae can you see in the picture A and B. It is the morphology on the PDA. In the aerial view is the white color, and the reverse view
consists of dry matter, contain organic matter, allantoin, uric acid, and xanthin hypoxanthin. And this is the result from my research. In this table that present the amount of excretion and level of purine derivative of merinosip which were given with different level of tannin. From this table, we know that excretion and level of purine derivative in urine of merinosip showed that there was no significant difference between the tannin treatment level. And then this is the table of purine derivative excretion ratio. From this table, we know that the excretion of allantoin was the highest from the others and can reach 52% until 57%. Rina et al. Said that rumen microbe will be further metabolized and excreted in the form of its derivative, which allantoin have the highest level than other purine derivatives. And Sura et al. Said that nitrogen from microbes in livestock in ruminant can be estimated from the excretion of purine derivative in urine, which assume that the purine absorbed in the duodenum with the excreted purine derivative is constant. And this is the table of the rumen microbial protein synthesis. From this table, we can analyze that rumen microbial protein synthesis, which were estimated through excretion of purine derivative.
Sector or LK of leading commodities, rice, corn, and cocoa. In selected district based on the land area, harvest area, production and productivity. To determine priority areas for spurious commodity developed based on the value of agent value in PDDR regency. Background: development that is oriented toward economic growth, economic empowerment of agriculture communities in rural areas is important. Commodity economy development through the development of superior commodity in an area is expected to be able to increase the commodity ability to carry out economy development. The leading
Pak Bahtiar, I think your voice is unmute. Okay, Pak.
Flood is one of the disasters that often occurs in Indonesia, which impact of the loss of life and properties. The local wisdom is one way to reduce the impacts of natural disaster that has been widely discussed in recent years. For example, after 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, the Simelu people will live off the coast of Sumatra has been used their knowledge passed down orally from the ancestor to survive the tsunami. In this research, we study a local wisdom of Aceh Singkil community related to flood disaster mitigation, such as the existence of floating houses that are still found along the Chinandang rivers. The discussion of this research area include the structural form related to flood hazard mitigation and adaptation effort, the function and development potential of this structure, and the current condition and utilization the structure.
taking a break for 30 minutes. However, the participants may not leave the room yet, and please stay online and keep tuning on Icagri 2020.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, saat ini kita memasuki sesi istirahat selama 30 menit. Dan mohon untuk tetap bersama kami dan bergabung di sesi selanjutnya di Icagri 2020. Terima kasih.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we're now taking a break for about 30 minutes. However, do not leave the room yet. So please stay online and keep tuning on Icagri 2020.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, saat ini kita memasuki sesi istirahat selama 30 menit. Dan mohon untuk tetap bersama kami dan bergabung di sesi Icagri selanjutnya. Terima kasih.
I want to tell you the best journey of my life.
Now I'm in Rangit Kecil, this beautiful, amazing island. Just look around me. Amazing, beautiful. I'm so happy to come here. And beside me, I have this amazing lighthouse. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
This is the first woman I loved.
I love this place. So many palm trees.
She's the one who introduced me to this place, to let me find an answer. I think this is the time to let the adventure begin.
Hey, penutupan Anda.
Excuse me, you know where is this place?
You can come with us, tapi kamu harus lanjut lagi pakai kapal.
Can I join you?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I met good people along the way. Their kindness really moved me.
Bang Manap, ini ada kebetulan ini mau ke pulau. Tolong diantarlah.
Hello. Hi, nice to meet you. Ahmad. Come on, mari. Goodbye. See you.
Along the journey, I can see why my mom was so in love with this place. My whole sense awakened by this incredible nature. And the people who are sincere can be seen and felt.
Ikan. Good.
I learned that behind every graceful movement of this dance has a special meaning. I've had the best shower of my life. Explored the most tranquil forest that make me hear my own heartbeat. Every single thing of this place make my heart tied up with love. Just like what it did to her.
What will you do when I leave?
I'm gonna miss you. This is for you. Dipakai ya, jangan hilang.
I love it. Terima kasih. She's like the sister I never had.
I understand the meaning of her words now. A journey is about connection, interaction, mutual respect. It's about each other. Not only about receiving, but also about giving. Now I need to find the connection. The woman that she always talk about.
Ini yang kamu dapat dari mana?
Oh, di sini. This one was given by my mother.
Kamu sudah tepat datang kemari. Nah, tujuan kamu ada beberapa kilo lagi dari sini. Kamu bisa jalan agak berapa kilo lagi ke pesisir. Kamu akan jumpa dengan orang yang ngasih kalung ke mama kamu.
Excuse me, you know where is this place?
Lurus, belok kanan, situlah tempatnya.
Oh, okay, thank you.
This is the journey between me and my mom. To find another home.
Selamat sore, Ibu.
Siapa itu?
Do you remember this?
Oh, iya. Seren ya?
Yeah, I'm her son. Yeah, it's been so long. I've been traveling all around you. Under the starlight, we'll find our way, I know.
This is what Aceh has given me. A beautiful place with clear blue water and a diamond bright sands. Where kindness and comfort always here for me. A place that I call home. This is my first time in Aceh, and I know it won't be the last.
The light of Aceh, wonderful Indonesia.
Hai jut majut di kura-kura gunung, di kehemutamang oh dalam donya. Pura di kura hai malam-malam di sebeh, malaikat tegeyu dah tema. Hai jut majut di kura-kura gunung, di kehemutamang oh dalam donya. Pura di kura hai malam-malam di sebeh, malaikat tegeyu dah tema. Hai jut majut di kura-kura gunung, di kehemutamang oh dalam donya. Jina len kita tangan huteh yang putih licin, basah siruga tangan huteh, cucu di Nabi anak Tuan Siti Fatimah Zuhra. Jina len kita tangan huteh yang putih licin, basah siruga tangan huteh, cucu di
provinsi paling barat Indonesia yang bernama Aceh menyimpan catatan sejarah yang panjang dan melegenda. Wilayah yang pada masanya dulu pernah menjadi kesultanan besar yang disegani dunia ini juga tanah yang dikenal dengan kekayaan alamnya. Selain keindahan pesona wisata yang memukau, Aceh juga dikenal sebagai wilayah pertanian dengan hasil yang melimpah ruah. Sejarah mencatat jauh di masa lalu, wilayah ini sudah menjalin kerjasama perdagangan lada dengan dunia internasional. Semangat kejayaan pertanian itu pula yang menjadikan kota Banda Aceh sebagai lokasi berdirinya Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala. Tempat ini menjadi saksi dari dedikasi, impian dan kerja keras yang membingkai harapan untuk mengembangkan dunia keilmuan pertanian di Aceh dan Indonesia. Fakultas Pertanian merupakan fakultas ke-6 di Universitas Syiah Kuala yang lahir pada tanggal 18 Agustus 1964. Dan saat ini, Fakultas Pertanian telah berkembang demikian jauh sehingga telah memiliki 8 program studi sarjana, yaitu agroteknologi, agribisnis, peternakan, teknik pertanian, teknologi hasil pertanian, dan program studi ilmu tanah, termasuk 2 program studi teranyar, yaitu proteksi tanaman serta kehutanan. Selain itu terdapat juga 2 program diploma, yaitu program D3 Manajemen Agribisnis dan program D3 Budidaya Peternakan. Serta 4 program pasca sarjana, yaitu konservasi sumber daya lahan, agroteknologi, agribisnis, dan teknologi industri pertanian yang semuanya pengelolaan dilakukan oleh program pasca sarjana Universitas Syiah Kuala.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala menjadi pusat pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat yang unggul dan terkemuka dalam bidang pertanian berbasis sumber daya dan kearifan lokal di Indonesia pada tahun 2020.
Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala mengembangkan sistem perkuliahan yang berbasis pada kompetensi pertanian secara terpadu yang relevan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat Indonesia dan global. Pengembangan ini didukung sepenuhnya oleh seluruh sivitas akademika fakultas ini. Salah satu dukungan tersebut tercermin dari aktifnya para dosen dan mahasiswa dalam mengembangkan riset-riset unggulan pertanian yang berpola keilmuan dan teknologi, berorientasi produk, dan berbasis pengabdian dengan tetap berupaya untuk mengembangkan potensi lokal. Sebagai hasil dari sistem tersebut, beberapa inovasi dan produk dengan pencapaian istimewa bahkan telah berhasil diwujudkan oleh para mahasiswa jauh sebelum mereka menamatkan jenjang pendidikan sarjana mereka.
Pada saat ini kami telah mengembangkan suatu produk primadona bumbu masakan khas Aceh yang dapat memberikan rasa kesegaran, rasa asam segar pada masakan dan juga dapat menghilangkan bau amis pada masakan ikan. Pada saat ini, produk ini telah kami pastakan sehingga penggunaannya praktis bagi ibu-ibu rumah tangga yang memiliki nilai kesibukan dalam kehidupan sehari-harinya. Produk ini juga memiliki nilai kehigienisan sehingga dapat disimpan dalam jangka waktu yang lama.
Untuk mendukung sistem perkuliahan yang aktif dan berbasis teknologi, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala juga menyediakan berbagai fasilitas seperti laboratorium, bengkel teknik, kebun percobaan, serta berbagai sarana lainnya.
Untuk mendukung menjadi pusat penelitian yang terkemuka juga, saat ini Fakultas Pertanian telah mengembangkan beberapa sarana dan prasarana yang memang secara fundamental sangat diperlukan. Saat ini kita telah mengembangkan 1 rumah kaca, 1 rumah kasa, dan kebun-kebun percobaan. Kemudian didukung juga oleh laboratorium-laboratorium dan tenaga-tenaga laboran yang tentunya memiliki kualifikasi yang bisa kita andalkan.
Tidak hanya berhenti sampai di situ, Fakultas Pertanian juga mengadakan case study dan study project dengan pendekatan multidisiplin serta mengembangkan fokus research area untuk memberikan sudut pandang dan pengembangan wawasan sesuai dengan perkembangan dunia.
Kami berkonsentrasi di bidang penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat untuk mengeksplorasi agen-agen pengendalian hayati yang dapat digunakan untuk menjawab permasalahan-permasalahan tersebut. Salah satu produk yang kami hasilkan adalah pelet yang berbahan aktif trichoderma yang dapat digunakan untuk menggantikan penggunaan pestisida kimia, di mana kita ketahui pestisida kimia saat ini dapat mengganggu atau merusak kelestarian lingkungan.
Keinginan untuk berkontribusi serta meningkatkan kualitas pertanian dalam kehidupan masyarakat terus berkembang dan terus menghasilkan berbagai terobosan. Berbagai program kerjasama penelitian dan pengabdian tetap menjadi fokus utama untuk memberikan peningkatan kualitas kehidupan pertanian masyarakat.
Pada dasarnya seperti kita ketahui, ketersediaan pupuk buatan itu sangat sulit dan mahal sekarang kondisinya. Kemudian dengan adanya pupuk hayati ramah lingkungan mikoriza ini berarti memberikan solusi kepada petani kita untuk menggunakan pupuk hayati yang ramah lingkungan, dan ini terus terang juga akan memberikan dukungan kepada masyarakat tani, khususnya petani, agar berbudidaya secara organik. Nah, salah satunya itu dengan penggunaan pupuk hayati mikoriza.
Dalam penyelenggaraan proses akademik, sejak tahun 2016, Fakultas Pertanian sudah mulai mengimplementasikan kurikulum berbasis kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia yang diharapkan mampu mendukung pencapaian visi dan misi Fakultas Pertanian, terutama dalam hal memaknai kearifan lokal, yaitu dengan mewajibkan mahasiswa mengambil mata kuliah sumber daya pertanian lokal dan mata kuliah agro-technopreneurship yang lebih menekankan untuk mempelajari dan mengeksplor komoditi-komoditi lokal seperti kopi gayo, minyak nilam, padi lokal Aceh, kemudian kerbau gayo, sapi Aceh, dan komoditi lainnya. Sehingga diharapkan pada saat mahasiswa lulus, mereka menjadi lebih mandiri dan mampu mengembangkan komoditi-komoditi lokal Aceh sebagai sebuah usaha.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala sejak tahun 2005 telah berhasil mengoleksi lebih dari 200 jenis aksesi plasma nutfah padi lokal, termasuk 50 jenis padi beras merah yang merupakan kekayaan sumber daya genetik lokal yang sangat bermanfaat untuk masa depan. Pemberdayaan dan penelitian varietas lokal juga memberikan hasil yang memuaskan. Salah satunya adalah padi unsyah 1 Sambarasi, diciptakan dari varietas lokal Sambai dari Pulau Simelu dengan sentuhan teknologi mutakhir.
Padi itu kita tanam, kemudian kita hentikan penyiramannya, kita hentikan pengairannya. Itu lebih dari 1 bulan, bahkan sampai 39 hari itu tanahnya sudah kering, sudah rotak, bahkan kalau kita ambil itu sudah menjadi debu. Tapi kalau kita lihat bahwa tanaman padinya itu masih bisa tumbuh dengan baik, masih hijau, dan bulir-bulirnya masih berisi, masih berproduksi tinggi. Jadi memang kita mensimulasi perubahan iklim global ke depan itu di dalam rumah kaca supaya nanti kita bisa melepas varietas baru itu yang tahan terhadap cekaman lingkungan seperti kekeringan, suhu tinggi, serangan hama penyakit dan sebagainya.
Berbagai pencapaian akademis dan ilmiah tidak menjauhkan mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala dari berbagai prestasi lainnya. Terbukti dikenalnya nama mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala dalam berbagai program pertukaran mahasiswa ke sejumlah negara di dunia, salah satunya adalah negara Jepang.
Jepang memberikan kami pelajaran bagaimana mereka bangkit dari keterpurukan setelah musibah yang menimpa mereka dengan menggunakan teknologi serta melakukan inovasi dan peningkatan kualitas SDM yang terus-menerus dilakukan. Mereka dapat memajukan pertanian mereka seperti sedia kala, bahkan mereka bisa jauh lebih maju dibandingkan pertanian yang ada di negara manapun.
Dan untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala bukan hanya bekerja sama dengan berbagai institusi lokal dan nasional, namun juga menjalin hubungan baik dengan berbagai lembaga internasional. Meskipun secara kasat mata, prestasi dan prestise Fakultas Pertanian sudah cukup mendunia, namun sivitas akademika fakultas ini masih meyakini bahwa pekerjaan masih jauh dari selesai. Oleh karena itu, seluruh energi dan sinergi yang dimiliki difokuskan oleh fakultas ini untuk mengoptimalkan segenap potensi diri demi mencapai visi dan misi.
Perguruan tinggi sebagai lokomotif pembangunan berbasis ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, inovasi, dan karakter bangsa. Dan pertanian sebagai salah satu sektor yang memegang peranan sangat penting dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi, terutama di bidang pertanian, guna menjaga ketahanan pangan. Revolusi industri 4.0 telah mengubah sistem pertanian yang efektif dan efisien berbasis smart farming seperti Internet of Things, Big Data, dengan harapan produktivitas pertanian meningkat dalam mewujudkan kedaulatan pangan. Maju pertanianku, makmur rakyatku.
About a beautiful place. A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home. That makes you curious for more. Adventure. Start your journey. Travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you have never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. Meet these friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Icagri 2020. We are now continuing the next speaker session, which will be moderated by Dr. Jauharlina.
Dr. Jauharlina is a lecturer and the head of Biological Control Laboratory, Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Syiah. She was born in Banda Aceh on 23rd September 1963. She finished her bachelor degree at Institut Pertanian Bogor and pursued her master degree at University of Guelph, Ontario, Canada. In 2014, she received a PhD from University of Leeds. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's welcome Dr. Jauharlina.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Diva and Haikal. A very good afternoon to you all in Indonesia and other Asian countries. A very good morning to Professor George Papadakis, our keynote speaker, the first keynote speaker today in the afternoon. But in the morning, of course, in Greece, Athens. Speakers, participants, organizing committee, students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my deep gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to Prof. George Papadakis, who is willing to share his busy time to share with us a topic related to sustainable farming. However, before giving the time to Professor Papadakis, allow me to introduce him to you all. Professor Papadakis completed his PhD in agriculture engineering from Agricultural University of Athens, Greece in 1989. He now serves as a full professor in the field of renewable energy technologies of Agricultural University of Athens. He has been working in the area of renewable energy for more than 20 years. Throughout his tenure at AUA, he has published more than 180 papers at the international and national journals and proceedings. On the basis of Scopus indexation, his papers have gained 4,900 citations with H-index of 40. Okay, I don't want to take much of your time as you are all waiting for the speech of Professor Papadakis. I therefore would like to welcome Professor Papadakis. The time is yours, Professor Papadakis, around 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chairwoman. It's a great honor to be invited to your conference, and I would like to give you my presentation now. Let me share the screen. Okay. Okay, I believe you see now the first screen of my presentation, right? Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, my presentation will be focused on sustainable farming. Sustainable development is the one that satisfies the needs of the present without adversely affecting the conditions for future generations. When we refer to sustainability of biosystems, we mean how they endure and remain diverse and productive. Today, it refers to the need to develop the sustainable productive models necessary for both the humans and planet Earth to survive. Agriculture is sustained by good environmental conditions, which allow farmers to harness natural resources, create their produce, and earn a living. In turn, the money brought in by agriculture sustains farm families and rural communities, while food produced by agriculture sustains society as a whole. We cannot actually separate social sustainability, environmental sustainability, and economic sustainability. We should consider all of them together when we speak about sustainable agriculture or sustainable farming. And this is a key message transferred by the Common Agricultural Policy of the European Union. Why we need sustainability today? Because currently many of the farming methodologies are actually unsustainable. They have a huge negative impact on the overall ecology and biodiversity. They are impacting human and animal health negatively. And here are some of the many examples of today's employed unsustainable techniques used in modern agriculture. The overuse of chemicals and fertilizers, growing genetically modified crops, growing monoculture crops, overproduction and food waste, investment in global agriculture corporations rather than local farmers, small local farmers. Natural vegetation clearing, raising animals and plants separately instead of in a carefully managed agricultural system, wasting water, use of non-renewable sources of energy, such like fossil fuels. Therefore, the farming industry needs to change its methods and practices. New methods and practices should be promoted, economically viable, environmentally sound, socially accepted, and protect public health. We need to produce food, feed, and animal products using farming techniques beneficial for public health and promote economic profitability. For this, in order to go to a socially sustainable agriculture, rural communities must be supported because they face several long-term challenges. An example of such support of rural communities, for example, in the European Union, is the Common Agricultural Policy. Several measures actually implemented through the Common Agricultural Policy, such like the LEADER program, extra financial support for farmers, specifically in areas with constraints, and also special support to young farmers. To achieve environmental sustainability, we need to adopt proper policy measures. In the EU, such policy measures regard, for example, tackling climate change, protecting natural resources, and enhancing biodiversity. We need to encourage low-input farming. For example, in the European Union, we have special legislation regarding the pesticides application, special legislation for nitrates, and also legislation to support investments of manure storage, for example, and of course, organic farming, which is becoming very popular the last years. And another very important horizontal measure about sustainability and sustainable farming is training the farmers. This is a very important measure to be applied not only in the European Union, but internationally. Economic sustainability. For achieving economic sustainability, we need to deliver to the farmers a stable and rewarding income. Agriculture would not be able to supply its products and services for the society without the farmers having a stable and rewarding income. And the European Union supports economic sustainability with several measures, like direct income support to the farmers to achieve greater equality in the agri-food supply chain, green direct payments to encourage environmental measures on sustainability, and provide rural development support, for example, with investments, special investments to improve infrastructure in rural areas. What are the benefits of sustainable farming? Environmental preservation, economic profitability, efficient use of non-renewable resources, protection of public health, and social and economic equity. What are the sustainable farming methods, practices, and technologies that we can implement in today modern agriculture, modern farming, to promote sustainable farming? Is the use of renewable energy sources, precision agriculture technologies and practices, integrated pest management, hydroponics and aquaponics, and some other practices that are well known from many years ago, such as crop rotation, polyculture farming, and permaculture, protect soil from erosion and promote crop diversity and generally biodiversity. Emissions from agriculture. It is known in the last years that agriculture contributes significantly to the production of greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere. And actually, this very well-known study has the IPCC report states that about 23 or 1/4 of total anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions derive from agriculture. And you see on the diagram below what is the evolutions of emissions, major gases such as CO2, methane, and nitrous oxide. So we need to take special actions to reduce the emissions from agriculture. And when we speak of sustainable farming, it's actually the same like speaking about greenhouse gas efficient farming. Agriculture should implement crucial measures to address climate change. And from recent studies, several measures, exact measures, have been identified that may deliver about 85% of the total 4.6 gigatons of CO2 equivalent mitigation potential from greenhouse gases, efficient farming by 2050 compared to the today's business as usual emissions. So this is a very important target for reducing the CO2 gases emissions by 2050. And in this slide, you can see the top 15 measures identified by this study that can be implemented for reducing CO2 emissions or greenhouse gas emissions. So number one, you see, is energy, the black color. We need to adopt zero emissions from on-farm machinery use and other equipment used on farm. But there are also several other actions that we can implement to reduce emissions. So the light blue, light green color regards animal protein or animal husbandry, actions in the field of animal husbandry. The light blue regards other crops, techniques for reducing CO2 emissions, like, for example, no tillage or reduced tillage. And of course, rice, which is a very important crop, we need also to introduce special management, like, for example, water management or direct dry direct seedling in rice cultivation, and improve fertilization practices so that to reduce emissions. The use of renewable energy. You know that agriculture means biomass production, but so we can use biomass from agriculture to produce energy, of course, following certain strict environmental criteria. But there are also many other possibilities of using, for example, solar energy, either for direct electricity production through photovoltaics or through solar thermal collectors to produce thermal energy to be used on farm. Wind energy for producing electricity, geothermal energy from the heat in the earth to produce energy used on farm. Of course, hydropower also from flowing water has many possibilities to cover energy needs. And finally, ocean energy in the form of wave, tidal, or current energy, and also thermal energy from the oceans. Precision agriculture technologies and practices. Precision agriculture is a farming management concept based upon observing, measuring, and responding to inter and intra-field variability and needs in crops with the use of digital techniques. Precision agriculture responds to the main three challenges: sustainability by increasing agricultural productivity and income, that is securing food and economic growth, adapting and building resilience to climate change, reducing and or removing greenhouse emissions, that is responding to climate change mitigation. In this slide, you can see the several types of precision agricultural technologies, for example, the guidance technology, recording technologies, reacting technologies, all these applied through the global navigation satellite systems. And what we want at the end from all these technologies is what you see here down to the slide: the variable rate application of nutrients or precision application of nutrients, precision seeding, and precision application of pesticides. This is what we want from precision agriculture, so that to promote sustainable farming. The benefits from precision agriculture is yield and product quality improvement, reduced agricultural inputs like water, fertilizers, pesticides, and workforce, increase farmers' income, and the economic benefits may be very significant, mostly related to production cost reduction. But there are also so many other methods, like integrated pest management to promote sustainability. Integrated pest management is a combination of pest control techniques for identifying and observing pests in the initial stages. This is very crucial. Not all pests are harmful as we know, and thus we should let these pests coexist with the crop than spend money to eliminate them. There are so many natural pest eliminators that we know today: bats, birds, insects, that work as natural pest eliminators, and we should use them. Such natural pest eliminators are available today, commercially available, in bulk from pest control stores or farming supply shops. Farmers can buy and release them on or around the crops and let them make the farm their home. Also, targeted spraying today. This is a practice of precision agriculture. targeting spraying works best when one needs to remove specific pests only. This not only helps to spraying pests on the selected areas, but also protect wildlife, biodiversity. Other techniques and technologies regard hydroponics and aquaponics, where in these farming techniques, plants grow without soil and gets nourished through specialized nutrients that are added to water. In hydroponic systems, crops are grown with the roots directly in the mineral solution, as you see on this slide, on this photo to the left-hand side, or with the roots in an inert medium like gravel or perlite, and so forth. And aquaponics combines the raising of aquatic animals, fish, with the growing of hydroponic crops in parallel with the growing of hydroponic crops. The water containing nutrients resulting from the mineralization of the waste material from the aquaculture fish is used to nourish the hydroponic plants. The water gets purified and then recirculated back into the system to be reused by the fish. Both hydroponic and aquaponic systems are available in a variety of scales, from small home scale systems to big to large commercial scale systems. Another technique is crop rotation. Crop rotation has been tried and tested since ancient farming practices, since actually BC centuries, and it is proven that this technique keeps the soil healthy and nutritious. The crops are picked in a pattern so that to be planted this season replenish the nutrients and salts from the soil that were absorbed by the previous crop cycle. For example, row crops are planted after grains to balance the used nutrients. Crop rotation refers to intentional planting of different types of crops in different parts of the fields and at different seasons in a sequential manner. It also entails not choosing to plant anything at all in a given season and allow the land to rejuvenate while bare until the next season. In crop rotation, one can also incorporate livestock in the practice when the land is left bare for a season of grazing. We need to protect soil from erosion. Healthy soil is key to a good crop. Age-old techniques like tilling the land along the contour lines in an inclined field and cultivation in terraces still work wonders today. But also new techniques such as reduced tillage or no tillage, addition of manure, organic fertilizers, applications, etc. also help preserve and improve soil quality. Today, the trend towards greater intensification and higher production per unit of land, higher productivity, led to a significant increase in the use of both inorganic nitrogen and phosphorus fertilizers. This led to excessive amount of nitrates and phosphates in waters, leaching, and to eutrophication of these waters. Organic farming offers today the solution to such problems. Organic farming is an agricultural practice aiming to produce food using natural substances and processes. That is, organic farming tends to have a limited environmental impact since it encourages the responsible use of energy and natural resources, the maintenance of biodiversity, preservation of regional ecological balances, enhancement of soil fertility, maintenance of water quality. Additionally, organic farming rules and practices encourage a high standard of animal welfare and require farmers to meet the specific behavioral needs of animals. Organic farming receives special attention of the European Union policy. And on this link, you can find much more information about the policy of promoting organic farming in the countries of the European Union, as you see on this slide. Another practice regards polyculture farming. It involves growing multiple crop species in one area. These species often complement each other, and greater diversity of products can be produced at one plot while fully utilizing available resources. High biodiversity makes the system more resilient to weather variations, promotes a balanced diet, and applies natural mechanisms for preservation of soil fertility. Biodiversity. When we say about sustainable farming, we also need to consider general biodiversity. It is time to fix our broken relationship with nature. Climate change, loss of biodiversity, and the spread of devastating pandemics demands it. Why we need to protect biodiversity? Because modern intensified agriculture threatens biodiversity. Biodiversity is essential for life. Nature provides us with food, health, medicines, materials, recreation, and well-being. A healthy ecosystem filters out air and water, helps keep the climate in balance, converts waste back into resources, pollinates and fertilizes crops, and much more. Nature also provides for businesses. It is estimated that half of the world's gross domestic product, that is about 40 trillion euro, depends on nature. We need to protect biodiversity because we are losing nature like never before, because of unsustainable human activities. The global population of wild species has fallen by 60% over the last 40 years. 1 million species are at risk of extinctions. Biodiversity loss and the climate crisis are interdependent. We cannot separate them. When one gets worse, so does the other. Restoring forests, soils, and wetlands and creating green spaces in cities is essential to achieving the climate change mitigation. Can each of us impact farming practices?
Professor Papadakis.
Sustainable farming is not only about farmers. It regards each of us. We need to introduce several types of way of living today. That is buying from local farmers, buying organic fruit and vegetables, buying fruit and vegetables that are in season, growing our own vegetables. And finally, we can also set up local community gardens in the cities.
Professor Papadakis, excuse me. You have 2 minutes left, please.
Yes, I actually have finished.
All right, thank
you. I just want to show you this interesting video. It's just 1 minute.
Okay, that's fine. Nggak ada.
So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. I have
Okay.
finished.
Thank you very much, Professor Papadakis, for a very, very inspiring talk. I think we will have all question and answer at the end of the second keynote speech. Are you okay with that, Professor Papadakis? Can wait for
Okay,
the...
yes, I will be connected. Stay connected.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and
Thank you.
gentlemen, now I would like to welcome the second keynote speaker this afternoon, Dr. Steve Compton. He just arrived from England, Leeds, United Kingdom. Good morning, Steve. Are you there?
Morning, Lily. Can you hear
I
me?
see you there. Yeah, I could see you. Where are you? Underneath the staircase?
In my study.
All right, okay. How are you? Are you all right?
So far, so good.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve, for your time to share your experience with us. Let me take a few minutes to introduce you briefly to all the participants. Steve actually was my supervisor when I did my PhD back in Leeds, and until now we are still talking and collaborating research. Now let me do the formal part. Dr. Steve Compton, he was born in England in 1954, and he's completed his PhD in genetics from Hull University in 1983. His lectureship career was started at the Department of Zoology at Rhodes University in South Africa in 1985. Then he moved back to Leeds, England, to serve a lecturer in Faculty of Biological Science in University of Leeds from 1992 until now. He is also a visiting professor in Rhodes University, South Africa. He has done a lot of field research in numerous countries in Africa, also Asia, including China, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. He has published more than 200 peer-reviewed papers, receiving more than 7,000 citations with H-index of 46 in Google Scholar and H-index of 34 in Scopus. Right, Steve, right now I give you time around 20 minutes for your talk entitled Victories in Malaysia Oil Palm Plantation. Steve, when it's like 2 minutes before 20, I will remind you about the time. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. Okay. Time is yours.
Fine. If you can put the my PowerPoint up like the last speakers, is that how it's going to work?
Your presentation, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, the presentation. He would like us to put his PowerPoint from here. Is that what you said? So.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought that's what we were doing.
Yeah, that's what he thought.
Is that okay?
You don't have yours with you, because we actually.
I do, but I don't know how to use it on Skype. I've never done that.
Is it open? The file is open on your computer?
I can open it.
You can open it. If you can open it, and then I will direct you to do it from here.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, they do it from here. They
So,
will do
okay.
it from here. Right. Wait a minute.
Okay, that's fine. So I thought that's
Please
how we were
do
going to do it.
Okay, that's fine.
Great. Okay.
Right.
So do I have control of this screen?
Yeah.
Or do I need to ask to?
You can
I need to
say
ask.
if
Okay.
when you need to move, you just say next, and then they will move it from here.
Fine. Okay. Sorry for that initial confusion, folks.
All right.
Right. So my talk actually follows on very nicely, I think, from the talk before, because a theme is biodiversity, and it's biodiversity in all palm plantations. and whether the group of plants that I mainly work on, the fig trees, can actually contribute in a small way to improving biodiversity in oil palms. Next, please. So what the talk will consist of is I'll introduce a little bit about fig trees to you in case you don't know about them. I'll make the link with oil palms and biodiversity, which I'm sure you all know about, and the problems they cause. I'm then going to be describing some studies by my co-author carried out on fig trees in Peninsular Malaysian oil palm plantations. In particular, I'm going to be concentrating on the biology of an unusual kind of fig tree that you find in those plantations. It's called Ficus deltoidea, and it turns out it has a really interesting ecology. In particular, I'll be arguing that its value as a facilitator of biodiversity, particularly bird numbers in oil palm plantations, is likely to be limited by its pollination biology. Nonetheless, I think there's good reasons why this particular fig tree is worth encouraging. This epiphytic fig tree is why it's going to be worth encouraging its growth in oil palm plantations. Next, please. So, an introduction to fig trees then. You've probably all seen fig trees before, but there's tremendous diversity, over 1,000 species worldwide, of which probably the most obvious ones are these strangler figs, these huge trees that are major components of tropical forests and indeed would like to be components of oil palm plantations if they were allowed to be. Fig trees are ecologically important because of the numbers of animals that feed on them, on their fruits, and also in fact on the leaves as well. But the best known feature of fig trees is their exceptional pollination biology, which I will be talking something more about. Next, please.
Next, please.
So what makes and defines figs and fig trees are the production of these weird inflorescences, these enclosed inflorescences that have all the flowers actually on the inside. And if your flowers are hidden away like that, only a very specialized pollinator can achieve pollination. And these specialized pollinators are called fig wasps. And it used to be thought that each species of fig tree had its own species of pollinator. It turns out it's a little bit more complicated than that, but we don't need to go into that. Next, please. So if we take one of those figs that you saw in the previous drawing and cut them open, what you would see is something like this. There is an entrance hole, just a single hole called an ostiole, which is towards the top of this cross-section. And the tiny little wasps that do the pollinating have to crawl through that entrance hole. And then once they are inside, they try to lay their eggs on the flowers that are present inside there. And you can see a good example of a flower on the left-hand side. Very simple flowers with a stigma and a style. Apologies for that phone that's going in the background. And when the wasp goes in, she tries to lay an egg by inserting her ovipositor down the length of the style. If the style's too long, she can't lay, and the pollen she carried in with her will mean that that flower becomes a seed. If she can lay an egg, then a baby fig wasp will develop, and there will be no seeds produced, well, no seed produced from that flower. Next, please. So what I've just described then is typical of what we call monoecious fig trees. And it seems a very nice friendly partnership between the pollinator wasps and their host fig trees. But in Asia, the majority of the trees have a modified system that actually involves half the trees, which we call female trees, exploiting the wasps without providing any rewards. So on the left-hand side here, we have a female fig of an Asian species. And on the right, we have a male fig. And you can see they looked quite different on the inside. And that's because the female flowers, the hundreds of female flowers that are there, have styles of differing lengths. And the one on the right, the male tree, it has very short styles, so it's very easy for the wasp to lay eggs. The fig on the left is from a female tree with long styles that prevent the wasps laying their eggs. So a consequence of this then is that female fig trees only produce seeds and no wasps, and male fig trees only produce pollinator offspring and the pollen for them to carry away in search of, from the tree's point of view, in search of female trees. Next, please. In the particular system that we've studied in oil palms in Malaysia, the variety, and I'll say more about whether it's a variety of species in a minute, is a variety angustifolia of Ficus deltoidea. It's a very unusual tree at least amongst fig trees, as we'll see. On the left here, you have this weird looking insect. It's a male of the fig wasp pollinator. And on the right, we have a more normal looking insect that is the female. If you look at these scale bars, you'll see just how small these insects are. Even amongst fig wasps, these are really tiny, sub-millimeter long insects. The male has such a strong legs because it spends all its time crawling around inside the figs. Tiny eyes because it doesn't need eyes particularly. And it spends all its life inside the fig where it developed as a larva in a male fig, obviously. The females have the job of flying between trees. And so they are much more normal in appearance with fully developed wings, but they also have highly modified heads to help them to crawl through the osteols to get into the new figs where they're going to want to lay their eggs. As they climb inside, their wings are torn off. So once they have committed to entering the first fig on the tree, be it a male tree or a female tree, they are committed. They are not going to be able to fly to any other trees. Next slide, please. I hinted at right at the start about the importance of fig trees. They are usually considered to be keystone resources because so many kinds of vertebrates feed on them. The figs vary in size and location from in the canopy to ground level. They can be large or small, but they're almost always soft. So even relatively small birds can eat large figs. And the net result of all that is that although birds and fruit bats are the most frequent eaters of figs, literally everything from ants to elephants are known to eat figs. And that's why figs are such important components in forest situations. Next, please. One situation where figs are often not allowed to be a useful contributor to biodiversity is in oil palm plantations. We all know the rise of oil palm, the extent to which forests are being lost and transformed into oil palm plantations. And a typical well-managed plantation, like the one in the photograph here, has very clean trees, very clean floor, lots of sanitation there, and that all adds up to a very low biodiversity within these plantations. Oil palm epiphytes have the potential to a small extent, restore biodiversity in these plantations. But standard practices of the big plantation growers are to keep the plantations very clean. This is despite the fact that when people have carried out studies, such as this well-known one here that I've indicated, the epiphytes, there's actually very little evidence that they would harm yields in oil palm plantations. Yet current accepted practice is to clear them all away anyway. Next slide, please. So we were working in Peninsular Malaysia then, Kayadai, and in Peninsular Malaysia, the situation is perhaps a little different into Indonesia, in that a proportion of the major plantation owners, such as Samadi, they're actually converting rubber plantations to oil palm. So these plantations were already very low in biodiversity compared with forests. Of course, there's also some forest clearance going on as well in Peninsular Malaysia. But the point is that some of these plantations have had low biodiversity for a long time, if they've been plantations. And the key question really that stimulated the work I'm describing today was this one that I've emphasized at the bottom of the screen. Should epiphytic fig trees be allowed to enhance biodiversity, even if it's little, in oil palm plantations? And we've been looking at features of the ecology of the trees to see whether they actually have the potential to help with biodiversity. Next, please. These are some results of studies from 5 different plantations in the area around Kuala Lumpur. They're not typical plantations. These are smallholder plantations where epiphytes are allowed to grow. And the different hatchings and so on here indicate the relative abundance on the trunks of different groups of epiphytes. First of all, the bottom here we have bare trunk as a proportion. So you see that a lot of the trunks are covered with epiphytes ranging from ferns to mosses to fig trees. These 5 were specifically grown because they had our focal species, Ficus deptoidea, growing there. And that's this black area. And you can see that varies in just how abundant it was in the different plantations. But also the hatching above the black, the dark grey, is the other species of fig trees. And you can see there are often also other fig trees growing as epiphytes on the palms. Next, please. Here's some pictures to indicate the diversity of the fig trees that you find growing in oil palm plantations in that area. So here's a few of the species then. Many of them are classic strangler figs that would eventually grow into really big trees. But there are also creepers and our focal species, this small leaf thing here, which is Ficus deltoidea var angustifolia. See these grey-green leaves, smallest leaves when it's an adult, and it forms these small bushes on the trunks. Next, please. Here's a few more species from the area, just illustrating the diversity, and there's some very well-known big stranglers that you're probably familiar with, Ficus benjamina, Ficus religiosa as well. So a big diversity of epiphytic ficus in the oil palm plantations. Next, please. We also did studies away from Kuala Lumpur. This is on the coast at Terengganu, where we had 2 species of ficus growing. One of them, Ficus virens, this very widely distributed big strangler, and then a second form of Ficus deltoidea, which to a poor zoologist like me looks like a totally different species. It's the one on the far left here, these big leaves, big figs, and at first sight, no way would the man in the street consider those to be the same species as the variety that we saw around Kuala Lumpur. But the botanists currently consider that they are all the same species, and part of what I'm going to say today is to try and convince you that they are not the same species, that in fact Ficus deltoidea is a complex of species, not a complex of varieties. Next, please. So what can I conclude from what I've just shown you? Well-managed plantations, you're not going to find them because they're all cut down, the epiphytic figs. But if they're left alone, lots of species of figs colonize oil palm plantations. Different areas have different combinations. There's a whole range of different growth forms, including the unusual species Ficus deltoidea, in that it's a true epiphyte and not a strangler. Its roots never get to the ground and it never grows very big. So that's found sometimes sharing the same trunk as these big strangler figs that potentially could cause a lot of problems for growers, I suspect. Next, please. So for the rest of the talk, I'm going to concentrate really on this one species, which, as I've already said, I consider to be a complex of closely related species that are really centered on Sumatra, across to Borneo, Java, and northwards to Thailand. They're all dioecious, so they have male and female trees. They don't always grow as true epiphytes, but they often do. Their biology is really interesting. The male, the old plants and the young plants have leaves that look totally different. And exceptionally amongst fig trees, the male and female figs contain very different numbers of flowers. And that's probably linked to the last point here, that for figs, the seeds in those female figs are exceptionally large. And I can only assume that that's an adaptation for this epiphytic lifestyle. Next, please. So here's a picture to illustrate what I mean, with a male fig on the left, a female fig on the right. So the male fig then, the top half of the fig is full of male flowers producing pollen. The bottom, there are perhaps, I don't know, 60 or so small gall female flowers that had wasp larvae developing in them. And you can see in one or two of them the exit holes where when the larvae completed their development, they crawled out, went through the pollen, picked up the pollen on their bodies, and then emerged to fly away to other trees, or at least to other figs. On the right was, see, a female fig, just 3 flowers in there, and each flower has produced a single seed. They're not regular, and they're very large. And as I say, for fig trees, really unusual. Next, please. This slide is just emphasizing that difference in size. It's a different variety, that coastal variety, that coastal endemic. You have these big seeds in the female figs that are going to be hoping to be eaten by birds, probably. And then in the right at the bottom here, you have a fig with lots of tiny little flowers in, which is a male fig. And as you can see, well, although the figs on the outside look the same size, that's to allow for lots of small wasps and a few big seeds, the flower number has to be varied between the sexes. Next, please. So I've already argued then that we're actually dealing with a complex of species, even though they're called varieties. Ficus var angustifolia, our focal species, is on the right of the 3 small ones at the bottom of the screen. That is its adult leaf. And if you look around, you see the tremendous variety that there is between the different varieties. And the problem is that there are also intermediates, and possibly hybridization. So it looks very clear cut here, but when the taxonomists have a look, they struggle to find clear-cut boundaries between these varieties. So there's about 7 in Peninsular Malaysia, probably more in Sumatra. It is really centered on this region. Next, please. So first question in terms of whether the varieties are actually good species is going to be determined by the behavior of the wasps. If each tree has its own wasp that only breeds in figs of that one variety, then biologically each of the varieties are different species. And we can see whether the wasps are capable of laying eggs in the figs of the different varieties, remembering that those figs vary a lot between varieties in overall size. So what we do is, if you look at the left-hand figure, we measure the length of the fig wasp ovipositor, and that determines the length of styles that it can lay into, because it needs to lay an egg actually into the ovule. And then if you, as you see, that's about 0.5 millimeter. If you look at the flowers from a female fig, you see the styles are much longer. So there's no way they can lay eggs into the ovules in female flowers. And then if you go to the male flowers, you see the ovules have tiny little styles. Oviposition is very easy. And then when we compare this kind of measurements across varieties, what you find is that those varieties that have the big figs still have flowers with the same length of styles. All that's happened is that those varieties that make bigger figs just contain more flowers inside them. The actual flowers themselves are very conservative, they stay the same. Next, please. So we carried out various experiments to see if, we knew that the wasp potentially could lay eggs in the figs of all the different varieties, but would they try to? So to do this, we took advantage of a germ plasm collection, I'll say more about it shortly, and we transported them by lorry to our study sites near Kuala Lumpur, where we had var deltoidea male plants. We then put potted plants of a range of different varieties around those male plants, and we waited to see if figs developed on these potted plants of different varieties. If they did, then the pollinators were moving from the central trees onto the pots, and there was the potential for hybridization, and that would be argument that they actually were the same species rather than different species. Next, please. What we actually found was that the pollinators are very choosy. This is results from male figs, and really the only interesting bit of these is the solid black section in the first of the bars, and that's the proportion of the figs that had been entered by the pollinators of var angustifolia. And as you can see, they are only on var angustifolia, and the pollinators were ignoring the figs on the other varieties. So that's with male figs. Just note the width of the black bar there. And next, please. Here's exactly the same experiments, but with figs on female trees. And you'll see again, only the kind of home team was pollinated, but you see far fewer of the female figs were pollinated. And something that's come out from these studies, and I'll say a tiny bit more about, is the reluctance of the wasps to go to the female figs, because the female figs are traps. They essentially kill the pollinators without letting them reproduce. Next, please. So we didn't get a lot of movement of the wasps away from those central trees to the surrounding pots, which suggested the dispersal might not be that effective. Have a little bit of a side now to talk about dispersal of fig wasp pollinators. In the photograph, we have a decent sized fly, and we have a fig wasp on its wing. The wasp itself is about 2 millimeters long in that species. It's a relatively big one, but it's still only 2 millimeters long. Most of them probably only live for 24 hours as adults. They're very delicate. They dry out as soon as sunshine gets on them. So you would imagine them to be able to only disperse over very short distances. But all the evidence from other systems elsewhere in the world suggests actually that fig wasp pollination can occur over quite long distances. Next, please. The extreme of that comes from some work we did in Africa, in Namibia. And working on this big tree here, Ficus sycamorus, that grows along dry riverbeds in the Namib Desert. We chose a desert so that we knew that we could find almost all the trees because they were only found in a linear habitat, i.e. the riverbed. Next, please. And what we found was that some of these pollinator wasps fly incredible distances. Using genetic paternity techniques, we looked at all the trees growing along the river that has the white dots on it. If you look at the top figure, each dot represents one or more of those trees, the monoecious trees, so they can all support wasps. And what we did was to collect seeds and leaves from trees and work out the likely male parents, so the likely trees that had donated the pollen to the female trees. If we look at figures C to F, the particular female trees are the red dots, and the trees that had donated pollen to those trees where we collected seeds from are blue. And if you pay attention to the scale bars, you'll see the distances involved here. So in the extreme case, then, pollen had been transferred 165 kilometers in figure C to an isolated tree near the coast from over 100 k's inland. And in the other figures too, the distances can be up to 100 kilometers or so. And you'll notice it's the movements of the pollen are largely in one direction, from the land to the sea, which is on the left. And that reflects the dominant wind direction at night, which is when these things fly. Next, please. So that's one extreme. Another, close to another extreme anyway, comes from China with Ficus tiqua. Now, Ficus tiqua grows to about 10 centimeters high, maybe 20 at a punch, and it's just growing on the ground around Yan here. And when she studied using genetic techniques, this species, she found evidence that populations 25, 30 kilometers apart are distinct. So the pollinators of this very low growing species are mostly very local in their flight, with just a few moving away, presumably blown by the wind. So at the moment, before this current study I'm going to describe, they were the kind of extremes in terms of how far pollen is carried by pollinators of fig trees. Next, please. So moving back to Ficus deltoidea, we use this Terengganu germplasm collection, this fantastic collection of figs in the deltoidea complex that's linked to a pharmacy industry. These plants have very interesting chemicals in them. One of the varieties is farmed to make tea, and so there's lots of, there's some anti-cancer compounds in other varieties as well. So we took use of that to do some germination experiments. Next, please. So we did experiments rather like those in the field, where we took plants of Ficus deltoidea angustifolia, males that were releasing wasps, and we put all kind of different combinations of other plants around them. Next, please. Which is essentially we just left them there. It's a pretty useless animation, that, but we left them there for the wasps to move less than a meter to the plants around them, and then we saw where the pollinators had gone. Had they chosen female plants or male plants, variety this or variety that? Next, please. These are summary of two different sets of results. Experiment 1 and experiment 2.
Steve?
They show broadly the same thing.
Sorry,
firstly,
Steve.
Hello?
You have
okay, I got to hurry.
Yeah, you have
right,
2 more minutes. Yeah, it's almost 20 minutes past.
Oh, okay, I'm chatting too slowly.
Oh.
What they show first of all is that it confirms that the wasps far prefer male plants over female plants, and they also showed that they were absolutely specific, and finally that even moving away from the plant where they developed as larvae, they are very reluctant to do that. To get the experiment 2 results, we had to pull all the figs off the parent trees. Next, please. And if we go to the field, I won't go into this in detail, but essentially you find in the field as well that Deltoida is very strongly pollinator limited, and that most of the figs fail to be pollinated and just fall off. This is even in plantations with lots of the epiphytes growing. Next, please. So to conclude, to pull all that together then, well-managed oil palm plantations are sterile. Not so well-managed ones support a wide range of fig trees, some of which I'm convinced could, once they get big, become damaging to the palms, unfortunately. Deltoida is an exception. It always stays small. It does make a lot of figs, so could potentially improve bird numbers and maybe even natural enemies of oil palm pests in oil palm plantations. But it's the number of fruits it produced is strongly limited by a lack of pollen, and that's linked to the very localized dispersal behavior of the pollinators. So to be really good for birds and so on, you need high densities of that particular plant in those plantations. Last slide, please. Finally, just thanks very much to my co-worker and previous PhD student, Kai here, who did a fantastic amount of work in her 3 years, 3.5 years when she completed her PhD, and managed to do that while having 3 young children and a very supportive husband. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Steve, for a very nice. Thank you very much, Steve, for a very nice talk. Finally, we do have some hope about biodiversity in oil palm plantation based on your research. Okay, now we come to the question and answer session. Here with me, I already have some question that sent to chat line in Zoom, and I will read some of the question here. If anybody else would like to have a question, please do ask through chat line, and then don't forget to direct the question to whom you want to ask. Okay, first question directed to Professor Papadakis. Are you still with us, Professor Papadakis?
Yes,
All
I'm
right,
here.
Okay. The first question is for you here. This comes from our colleague here from Syiah Kuala University, Alaili. She was asking, what is requirement of organic farming condition related to sustainable agriculture? So like maybe there is a certain requirement that we have to, I don't know, we have to do to fulfill sustainable agriculture.
With regard to organic farming and the rules that the farmer has to follow, specifically for fertilization, no chemical fertilizers are allowed, but only natural fertilizers such as manure, composted manure, for example, is a must. This is the way that you can fertilize the field in organic farming. And you may also use raw manure, but in that case, then you have to be careful because depending on the crop, you need to collect the crop after a certain number of days that raw manure has been applied on the field. So that's a simple way to fertilize the field. You have to use manure, no chemical fertilizers. Well, some minerals are also allowed, natural minerals, perhaps one farmer would like to improve the structure of the soil, and in that case, such kind of minerals might be used. It is allowed. It can be used. I don't know if I have covered the questions with this, my answer.
Thank you very much. I think we come to the next question now, still for Professor Papadakis. This is also coming from here in our university, from Rita Unsia. She was asking, do you have the idea how to make the farmers believe that organic farming is the solution for sustainable agriculture, considering that most our farmers here are illiterate people? Thank you.
Sorry, I cannot hear you very well. I hear you with many interruptions. Could you repeat, please, the key words for the question? Could you repeat the key words?
Sorry, I also cannot get your voice
I
very
don't know
clearly.
why. I hear you with many interruptions. Let me stop my
I will
video.
repeat the question. All right. The question is, actually, basically, this question about do you have idea? Do you have idea how to make people, farmers, believe that organic farming is the solution for sustainable agriculture?
Okay, now I understand. Well, organic farming can be a solution. As I mentioned, at least in the European Union, there are certain measures applied in favor of organic farming. And this can be, for example, financial support to the farmers that follow organic farming. This is one way. Another way is actually the benefit that farmers expect to have from the organic farming, because simply the demand for products coming from organic agriculture creates another market. It's another market parallel to the market for the normal agricultural products. So the farmers from organic farming, they actually expect higher price. They expect higher income. So these are the major motives for organic farming. And of course, there is control from the Ministry of Agriculture in every country, in every European Union country, whether the farmers, they actually apply the practice and the rules of organic farming. And in this way, then, they are compensated by the higher income, and this is the way.
We lost your voice here.
So there are the financial motives and also the higher price for the products that the farmers expect to have.
All right. I guess there is a sound problem that I cannot really get all what the answer is. But this is very interesting because here in Indonesia, it's not easy to tell people, farmers particularly, that organic farming is one of the solutions for sustainable agriculture, because not many people would like to see their vegetables with insects on it or something like that. Okay, thank you very much. Now I move to Dr. Steve Compton. Steve, are you still with us? There are questions for you now.
Yes, your voice is very crackly. So I'll hope I can understand what you're saying.
All right. I think yours also, I don't know, it's a sound problem. I think your voice is also cracking, but I'll try my best. Okay, the question for you come from Teguh Umar University, from Leah. She was asking, do you think that there is also, can you get me, Steve?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that there is also any correlation between the well-managed palm oil plantation with the existence and population of the fig wasps? So basically, she was asking about,
we have
well-managed oil palm plantation and the wasps.
I think I understand what you're saying. We have no information on specifically the productivity in the more managed and less managed plantations, but there is such a strong tradition amongst the big growers to keep everything neat and tidy for pest control reasons that it'd be very hard to, will be very hard to convince them to change their ways. We have available suggests that epiphytes do not have any impact on yields. I'm not sure if that is exactly what your question was about.
Sorry, I also cannot hear you very clearly, but basically before you saying that there is correlation between the well-managed palm oil plantation with the biodiversity, right?
Well, a negative correlation, yes.
Yeah, but it means it's also with the population of the fig wasps then.
Yeah, the fig trees will be helping broader biodiversity because their fruits attract birds and perhaps other animals as well. And there are lots of insects that just develop on figs. But the extent to which there is a benefit is something we simply don't know.
All right, okay. There is another question also for you, Steve. Figs, this is coming from Southeast Sulawesi, in Kendari. Fig swarms or tawon in bahasa Indonesia is scary if the people see because it has poison that are legend, but it has many benefits as medicine for human, include antioxidant and antivirus for injected with. So what is the component of fig? I think it means fig swabs here that maybe has the poison or good to human health. He was asking whether fig wasps is related or have any relation to human health.
Not directly, only indirectly, because without the fig wasps, none of the figs can mature. So there have to be fig wasps there for the figs to develop. And so therefore the wasps are critical. But I think the listener was correct with pointing out those, the chemicals that the figs contain and also the leaves as well. One of our study sites in Peninsular Malaysia, they harvest the epiphytes and get more money from the epiphytes than from the oil palms. So there is a potential supplementary source of income from the epiphytes. In that particular case, it comes about because the leaves are dried and sold for herbal tea. But there's also the potential with particularly other varieties for harvesting for the pharmaceutical industry, because these plants do contain a wide variety of bioactive chemicals.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I will be back to you later. There is, I would like to move to Professor Papadakis again. There is a question also for him. Are you there, Professor Papadakis?
I'm here, yes, but I cannot hear you very well, unfortunately. It's very hard for me to understand what you are saying.
Yeah, he cannot. Okay, I'll try my best. The question is, we know that there are many types of organic farming on the use of organic fertilizer introduced in the farmer all over the world. But what are the minimum requirements of organic fertilizer applied in order to obtain high quantity and quality of food crops in the achievement of high human health?
The minimum requirements of fertilizer. Well, as I said before, the major practice for fertilizing is the application of composted manure. So depending on the crop, can be a greenhouse crop, can be an open field crop. The farmer can apply the suitable and appropriate quantities of fertilizers for the crop. There is a possibility the first years of organic farming, the production to be lower than the usual one, the non-organic one, but farmers know after a couple of years how to fertilize the crop and regain full production with organic farming. So that's the reason that the organic farming is becoming so popular today, not only in Europe, but everywhere in the world, especially in small to medium farms, because they produce products of high value.
Okay, then, thank you. Move to the next question, still for Professor Papadakis. In food crops, this is from Pak Yusha. In food crops, some reports suggest that organic systems tend to produce lower yield, so we might not be able to feed our growing population. What do you think about that issue? Thank you.
Yes, well, every new method, practice for farming needs a time to adapt it and to adapt it to the environment, to use optimum techniques so that to have an optimum production, a high production. So this is also true for reduced tillage crops, for no tillage crops. The same with organic farming. So as I already mentioned in the beginning, the farmer needs to be very careful and apply all the appropriate organic farming practices so that to gain a good production and not a reduced one. But the reality is that the farmers are following the proper advice from the extension services in their countries or in the areas that they have their fields. They do it well and they produce products of high value and appropriate quantity. So the income is actually higher. Their income is becoming higher than the non-organic agriculture.
All right, so you're saying that despite the could be lower production or yield, yes, but the price could be higher or increase. So there is a, yeah, right. Thank you, I understand that. And I think this is last question for you before I move to Dr. Steve Compton again. The question comes from IPB University, his name is Erwin. I agree that sustainability cannot be enhanced only in one dimension. There is a need to formulate a regional level policy to support the sustainable agriculture in multiple dimensions. I would like to ask, from your perspective, what is the appropriate policy to achieve sustainable agriculture with the local economic development paradigm?
Yes, well, I gave some ideas in my presentation, and what is the practice that the European Union countries follow. So there are several measures already implemented, employed in the common agricultural policy of the European Union. So the farmers are actually supported by direct funding when they follow, for example, organic farming. And they also receive special funding or support if, for example, they are young farmers that they are and they first comers to agriculture. So there are many measures that the European Union, but also other countries have used to turn agriculture into sustainable agriculture and apply sustainable techniques, new techniques. Education, for example, training is very important, and many countries invest on education and lifelong training, I mean, and training the farmers how to change their practices to sustainable ones. These are some of the measures that the European Union countries use. Also, for example, I already mentioned that investments, special investments in the rural areas. For example, in large valleys, that irrigation used to be done by surface irrigation, just water in canals. Now, with special investments, there are pressurized water networks, and the farmers can now directly use drip irrigation systems, so they can save water in this way. So this is a typical example of a special investment in rural areas done by the state to help farmers to apply sustainable practices like, for example, drip irrigation and save water. There is a great interest today, and we need to apply practices to reduce emissions, greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture. So what I heard recently, for example, has been applied or proposed in the United States, is that big companies, for example, that want to trade CO2 permits, they come in contact with farmers so that to change their practices and reduce the emissions. So in this way, both parties are benefiting, are profiting from CO2 trades. So that's a latest example of smart policies that can be applied not only directly from the state, but also between large companies in the agro-food sector, and the farmers. But it is well known today that sustainability in agriculture, sustainable farming is very closely related to the reduction of emissions. And this is very, very important. And I'm sure that new measures will come out specifically for agriculture to reduce the emissions. Common agricultural policy, for example, promotes and provides subsidies for farmers to apply on-farm, in-farm, renewable energy technologies for production of electricity or hot water, for example, for several activities on-farm.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Papadakis, for the answering all the questions. Now, I think the last question come to Steve. Are you? You are still with us, right? This is coming from Pak Ihsan Sulaiman. You have presented a complex biodiversity in the monoculture oil palm plantation. Very good explanation also about the dependency between the organism in the ecosystem. Do you have any calculation about the number and the kind of epiphytes that should be kept in order to manage a healthy and sustainable oil palm plantation? Steve.
The published studies suggest that in most cases, epiphytes in oil palm plantations have no negative impacts on yields. Obviously, it depends on the particular epiphytes, and that mixture of epiphytes varies from place to place. What we found from our studies of the fig trees in the peninsula of Malaysia in oil palm plantations was that whereas even botanists often just group all fig trees together as if they were one thing, in practice there's a wide range of different species, and at least one group of species, these deltoidea epiphytes, are clearly too small to have any harm to yield and potentially could be beneficial. Whereas there are some of the other species that, if they were allowed to grow to their full size, clearly would damage productivity. So it's a slightly negative conclusion from that point of view, in that you can't say that leaving all these fig trees there would have, in the long term, would have no negative consequences. So it needs a finer grained, a more knowledgeable approach really to take advantage of the value of the epiphytes, while at the same time recognizing that some of those epiphytes could actually be problematic. So in practice, clearance and tidying at, I don't know, 5-year intervals or something like that, maybe 10-year intervals, would be sufficient to keep the big damaging trees in check, I suspect. But again, that I have my doubts that the big corporations would be interested in that kind of more nuanced approach to keeping the plantations clear. There's clearly a culture of wanting everything as neat and tidy as possible for pest control reasons. And I think that's a culture that will be very hard to shift.
All right. Actually, this is a kind of the same similar question that I have with the question before. So it seems, even though that there is a benefit to have epiphyte around the oil palm, but we still have to look out look out how the densities are. All right, thank you very much. I was reminding that I thought we still have more time to answer the direct question, but I was told that the time is up. So thank you very much for being with us, Steve, and also Professor Papadakis. Thank you very much for fruitful discussion. And I hope you also enjoy our talk here and have a very good day from all of us here in Banda Aceh. Hopefully we can see you soon in the future directly face to face. Thank you very much.
I hope so, Billy. Thank you.
And I'll give back the talk to the MC over here, Diva and Haikal, please.
Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to Dr. Jauharlina as the moderator for keynote speaker today. We will witnessing the symbolic delivery or certificate by the Rector of Universitas Syiah Kuala to our two keynote speakers, Professor George Papadakis from Greece and Dr. Stephen G. Compton for University of Leeds, United Kingdom. Please.
On behalf of Rector Universitas Syiah Kuala, I would like to highly appreciate your support as keynote speaker, second International Conference on Agriculture and Biodiversity 2020. Allow me to give our highly appreciate through this certificate. Again, thank you very much for your cooperation and contribution.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the second parallel session. For this session, the operator has provided a link that can be accessed into 4 Zoom rooms for different speakers and moderators. Therefore, please follow the given instructions and take your time. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are reminding you again, please kindly read the technical guidance booklet from the committee to prepare things related to our program from the first until the last.
Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, selanjutnya kita akan memasuki sesi paralel. Diharapkan untuk membaca panduan teknis secara seksama untuk kelancaran acara kita pada sore hari ini.
And please to immediately try the provided virtual background and adjust or renaming your name in your Zoom's meeting setting as in the booklet.
Kepada peserta yang baru bergabung, diharapkan untuk mencoba virtual background dan menyesuaikan nama pada Zoom meeting di perangkat Zoom Anda sesuai dengan ketentuan yang tertera pada petunjuk teknis.
For example, name of parallel session room _ number of presenter in the list. For participants, please rename your Zooms into NP _ the name of participants.
Untuk penamaan bagi presenter, harap untuk menuliskan nama, dilanjutkan dengan room parallel session, nomor urut di tabel presenter, dan juga nama presenter. Sedangkan untuk partisipan, diharapkan untuk mengubah nama pada Zoom meetingnya dengan NP _ nama partisipan. Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the closing ceremony of second Icagri 2020. Thank you very much for all speakers and moderators in the second polarization Icagri 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, the committee of Icagri 2020 has provided the prize for 8 lucky participants.
Indeed, Mr. Haikal. And now we will select the first 3 participants to get Nilam perfume produced by Atsiri Research Center, Universitas Syiah Kuala. The operator, please begin.
Okay. Congratulations to the first participant.
Congratulations, you got 1 Nilam perfume produced only by Atsiri Research Center, Universitas Syiah Kuala.
Well, maybe we have to back again to the
Yes,
first.
we have 2 participants more to get Nilam perfume from Atsiri Research Center.
Yeah, we are still waiting for the operator to share the screen for the lucky draw of our Doorprize station for today.
We wonder who will get the 2 more Nilam perfume. I think it's, I heard it's really expensive and exclusive. Have you ever tried that?
Yeah, because the product of for Doorprize today is the product of Atsiri Research Center, Universitas Syiah Kuala. You know, the product is purely from the Nilam as the one of the research product in our university in Syiah.
Oh, really? Can you buy that one for me, please?
Yeah, maybe you can buy some product like hand sanitizer, perfume, and also eucalyptus oil. That all the product is produced in our university, Universitas Syiah Kuala.
Oh, yeah. For your information too, Mr. Haikal, we will give away the 3 hand sanitizer for 3 participants, and then Al-Qur'an therapeutic eucalyptus oil only for 2 lucky participants. I really want to be that one, but I think,
Me too, actually,
okay.
yeah.
I think you can buy me one.
Yeah, especially during the pandemic situation like we face today, that we need more like hand sanitizer and the product that can support our health.
Indeed, Mr. Haikal, now I think the operator is ready to select 2 more participants to get 2 Nilam perfume.
Okay, we still wait for the operator to share the screen for our lucky draw today.
Who will get 2 Nilam perfume?
Okay, let's see. The winner from the Nilam perfume is...
Congratulations to Miss Yulianti. You will get 1 Nilam perfume only from ARC Universitas Syiah Kuala.
Yeah, congratulations.
We will now select 1 more participants to get Nilam perfume.
Okay, we're still waiting.
Congratulations to Miss Aprianti.
Congratulations to Miss Aprianti.
Okay, now Mr. Haikal, we would like to move to the next door prize that I have mentioned earlier. It is
3 Uhansa hand sanitizer.
Exactly.
Also the product from Atsiri Research Center, Universitas Syiah Kuala. Operator ready? Okay, let's start. Congratulations to
Dr. Insinyur Retno. Oh, how lucky you are.
Congratulations to Dr. Retno. Okay, we also still have 2 participants to get Uhansa hand sanitizer. Congratulations to
Fini Pratiwi, congratulations. And now the last but not least, Mr. Haikal, we have 2 Al-Qur'an therapeutic eucalyptus oil only for 2 lucky participants.
Let's see.
And the reward
The
goes
lucky
to
participant.
Rahmi Aurea Belia.
Yeah, congratulations to Miss Rahmi. And the last participant who get Alkina Therapeutic Eucalyptus Oil. Congratulations to
Safrida.
Yeah.
Congratulations
to Miss Safrida.
Yeah, congratulations to all 8 lucky participants.
Yeah. Okay, actually we have still one participant who get the lucky door prize.
Oh, really? Okay, it must be my mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. For the last participant is congratulations to
Miss Enti.
Enti.
Congratulations, Miss Enti. Okay, finally we all have all 8 lucky participants,
Yeah.
Mr. Haikal, but unfortunately you were not one of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's move to the next agenda.
Yeah, sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to listen upon the closing remarks and the announcement of Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we would like to wait to another participants in another room. So we have plenty of things to show you right now, so please enjoy.
Enjoy your time.
Assalamualaikum. Lun sambut jame yang katruh nedekat. Lun pemulihan. jempa, yo bungang ledon, bungang laye, bungang mangate, bungang dahlia. Bungang hai sudah, bungang ala kenan tamu ngejapa riksa. Bungang hai sudah, bungang ala kenan tamu ngejapa riksa. Yo bungang ledon, bungang lembeh, bungang mangate, bungang jempa, yo bungang ledon, bungang laye, bungang mangate, bungang dahlia. Amin Allah Summa amin.
Urang mumin galake-lake doa
Berkat rahmat Allah yang beri Nangro Aceh makmum makmum.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen upon the closing remarks and the announcement of Best Presenter that will be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture of Universitas Syiah Kuala. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Profesor Dr. Insinyur Samadi, MSc.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we close our international conference today, we are going to announce the best presenter. They have already selected by the committee. There are 8 categories for the best presenters. So who is the best presenter for the agricultural biotechnology? The best presenter for the topic of agricultural biotechnology is for Miss Rabima from University 17 August 1945. The best presenter for the agricultural engineering A. Supriyadi from Universitas Syiah Kuala. The best presenter for animal husbandry Alaili from Universitas Syiah Kuala. The best presenter for biodiversity S. Pramuda Dipta from Gajah Mada University. The best presenter for environmental studies forestry N.A. Fitrianto from Gajah Mada University. The best presenter for food science Tristia Rinanda from Universitas Syiah Kuala. The best presenter for the soil and earth science Nurmala Rahmadani Lubis from Universitas Syiah Kuala. And last, the best presenter for sustainable agriculture Lukman Hakim from Universitas Syiah Kuala. Thank you and congratulations for the best presenter for the International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry 2020. And also the committee will inform you later how to give the present, I don't know, maybe the certificate. You can keep contact with the committee. Thank you. Okay, now we close the activity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are at the end of the activities. We believe that all of you are very tired from the morning up to this afternoon, sitting in the front of the computer. But we hope that you're still good health. And then before we close this international conference, we would like to express one more thanks to the Rector and Vice Rector Universitas Syiah Kuala to facilitate for this conference, all keynote speakers, and also invited speakers, also a sponsor, the support for our conference, all the participants, and also especially for the committee, the second international conference on agriculture and bioindustry 2020. Especially for the chairwoman is Professor Dr. Insinyur Rina Sriwati, for the hard work which has enabled the success of hosting the international conference. I think we give applause to Professor Rina Sriwati and the team. This is the first time for our faculty to conduct the international conference by virtual, but they already do a very well done job. Thank you very much. And we believe that after a few months to prepare this conference, I think you all can sleep very well tonight. Don't think a lot about conference anymore. So, also, we announcement that the committee have still one task to publish all your publication in EOP or Scopus Index. So please keep contact with the committee, and maybe you have some problem or some revision from your papers, so we can publish your article, hope in the next few months. As information also for you, the Icagri is our regular activity, so we will conduct also the next year Icagri conference, international conference in 2021. So we hope that all you attend for the Icagri 2020 and also can join with the Icagri 2021 next year. We hope that the pandemic COVID-19 it will finish, so we can come. You all can come to Banda Aceh together, so we can discuss directly, not via online anymore. Last but not least, please apologize if you find something is not convenient during the conference. And please inform us any constructions, suggestion to improve our next conference. Thank you very much and looking forward to see you for the next Icagri in 2020. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Congratulations for the best speakers, and thank you for all moderators, invited speakers, distinguished guests and participants who actively involved in today's session. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, that's the wrap-up of our session for today.
On behalf of the committee of Icagri 2020, we would like to say deepest gratitude and say thank you for making time in your busy schedules to join us here today.
I'm Muhammad Haikal Razi and my partner
Diva Safina.
See you on the third Icagri 2021. Goodbye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you Icagri. Thank you Prof Arif. Thank you Prof Kakak. Thank you Prof Steve. And thank you for George. Jazakallah khair. Thank you Pak Zaki. Thank you Budian.
Thank you. Selamat panitia, mantap.
Salam cinta dari ujung kandang.
Thank you semuanya.
Wah, ini perlu kok hilang.